Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Howdy, 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 and meowdy. Happy Sunday, Catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday. Morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a pretty good start to mine. Nice and cozy. It's been raining lately, which honestly, I don't mind the rain, considering it's been hot lately. And the rain is fighting that, which is nice. Anywho, like that video hinted at, we are today, instead of Code Vein, doing the Endwalker Hildibrand quests in Final Fantasy XIV. Cause it's silly, it's comedy, it's wild, it's gonna be fun. Normally I would have done Code Vein today, but I haven't had a chance to test the game with my VTuber program and OBS up to see how it works with the new card. So I will do that maybe later today, or at least some point this week. But for today, we're going to do something silly for a while. And silly is fun. Because these quests are just insanely silly, but insanely fun too. And these are also how you unlock the relic weapon for Endwalker, which we could do for Dark Knight probably. That'd be a good weapon to do, since it just costs old tomestones now, which is easy. Easy to farm. Definitely, we do need to start the new Relic 2, which has its own special instant zone and everything, which should be fun. And tomorrow we will either start the first post-patch story of Dawn Trail, or we will start the relic stuff. We might start the relic stuff and just go as far as we can go. Or, actually no, I think we'll start with the story. We'll start with the story just because it'll give us a chance to start getting caught up before patch 7.5 drops. Not that we're going to get caught up before then, but we can at least get a little close. Because that should drop on the 28th in about 2 weeks, 2 days. So we'll be 2 streams behind on it, but we'll be close to getting caught up. And there's just so much other content to do. Like, we have the Alliance raids we can do, that we will do. We have older expansion content that I've not done and still want to do. We just have tons of things we can do once we get caught up in the story. But I am excited. Everything in the game is fun. Even if some of it can be grindy, it is still fun. And at some point we will suffer through Eureka. And by we, I mean me and you all, because you're going to sit there with me while we do Eureka and suffer through that. Because I know Eureka is quite long. A lot of grinding to do. And then we get to attempt the Baldessian Arsenal at the very end, which will also be painful. Namely because with that, you have to join a specific Discord to get party finder groups set up for that. Because nobody runs it normally anymore. So once we eventually get to the point where we're done with almost all of Eureka and we just have that to do, we will join the Discord and get a or plan out a time to run it, and then we can stream that and it'll be fun. Also, disregard my model going crazy. The game's just loading. It'll stop being annoying shortly. Shortly, I mean now. But yes, let us hop into the game. Okay, happy expression on. Beep and bop. There we go. I have been doing a bunch of the Moogle Tombstone event stuff, and I finally got the earring I wanted. Which cost a lot, but it was honestly worth it to grind out. Because it is a nice earring. Also, with the new graphics card, I can run the game on max graphics and still get like 45 to 50 FPS, which is really nice. Because the game looks so good on like being so smooth. Like, I'm used to getting like maybe 25 to 30 FPS. Now we're getting a consistent above 40. On max graphics even. Right, the roost is Gridania. I forgot that I logged out here. Right, I logged out here because I bought the earring from the Moogle, and then I went to the inn to put the earring on. And look at how smooth the game runs. It's so nice. Also, I need to move the captions up for this. Here we go, nice and centered. And off to Radzat-Han we go. To partake in comedy. Yeah, the game looks so good at such a high FPS. Yeah, and so there's Dawn Trail Hildibrand quest, but I don't want to start that until 7.55 comes out and we get the last of those. Which is also... like, my previous card was a GTX series, which goes to show how old it is. This current card is an RTX series. So I can use NVIDIA DLSS upscaling, which makes the game look a bit nicer at better FPS. And here we go. The pungent... I don't like that. The pungent Lalafell can scarcely conceal his excitement. Why pungent, of all things? Wait, I know you. We met in Kugane. You're that stone-cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. What's that look for? Oh right, it's this little shit. What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not like the one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an... Oh god, I don't like you. I forgot. I hate you. The creepy little bastard who smells like cheese and followed Nashu to Kugane after stalking her for over 5 years. God, it smells like cheese. Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's as pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the cheese stink, though. But enough about me. This is about Miss Nashu. Ever since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then, huzzah, I found her here in Radzat-Han. Normally, I'd be happy to get back to playing the silent invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nashu has been fashioning all sorts of medicines in hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked the bucket, but I hate seeing her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So, what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? You'll find her over at the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over in Alembic. And with that, I'll get back to cheering her on from the shadows. You too, I guess. Now go, quickly, save my beloved. I hate you so much, you creepy little shit. I forgot about you, because we haven't done Hildibrand in a fair bit. But yeah, you're just there being a creepy little shithead. I hate you so much. And look, we can actually see NPCs from a distance now as we run up. And that should do it. Now to take this medicine and... Jennifer, it feels like it's been forever. But definitely less than a year, I'm sure. What brings you to Radz-at-Han? Enjoying a spot of adventuring? Or perhaps... Then you've heard. It's true. Inspector Hildibrand's gone into hibernation again and... wait. You're giving me that look. The one that screams, what about the whole weird portal business? Alright, since you silently asked... So back on the Ruby Sea. Remember how Greg got doused with dew prism and was forced to whisk us all far away? How that strange rift then opened up, which the inspector then got sucked up into, and how I followed him in after that? Well, after that, we all ended up in this bizarre place. Couldn't tell up from down, left from right, and so we wandered, lost and confused. Fortunately, Greg came to his senses and explained that we were in the interspectorial rift, and then used the same trick to bring us home. Greg himself stayed behind, though. Something about a score that he had to settle. Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know Greg. Anyway, we're back now, but the rub is that Inspector Hildibrand hasn't opened his eyes once. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time, and we've got cases to solve. I've been trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. But I think we're making progress. Me and Mr. Chupacabra from the Shaxuka concern, that is. You remember Mr. Chupacabra, right? Got sucked into the rift along us. Former evil mastermind, not so bad once you get to know him. Pleased I am to meet you once more and under less compromising circumstances. If I may correct our mutual friend, I am Jubraka, chairman of the Sajatra concern. That's a mouthful. Your distrustful and somewhat bloodthirsty Claire is not unwarranted, but in my defense, who among us has not contemplated enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? Ha ha ha. I pray you forgive me my poor joke, and allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional rift for the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Naturally, I understand that words alone would not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I have operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs of one and all. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Miss Snashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no effort in helping her see Inspector Hildibrand awakened and returned to full health. And with that, if you would excuse me, I must see to other business. Isn't he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? Ah, but that's right. I had just finished my latest medicine. I've got high hopes for this new recipe. I suppose I ought to get a look at the Mander-Mander-Manderville man himself. By all means. The inspector is resting in a room up in Kama. Awake or asleep, I'm sure he'd enjoy your company. Let's go. That's a lot of bombs. I'm just gonna ignore those. If I pretend the bombs don't exist, nothing crazy will happen. Isn't this room nice? Mr. Chupacabra's taking care of everything, even paid the rent in full. Ah, but I'm distracting you, aren't I? You need to concentrate while you examine the inspector, yes? I suppose I should concentrate. The exquisite buckles of the stylish footwear are a design unique to House Manderville. These shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune in the markets. Rippling muscles bespeak impressive strength, while smooth skin suggests that only on the rarest of occasions does the man resort to violence. Troublingly, his limbs are stiff and cold to the touch, as if the blood runs cold in his veins. Rugged features belie what is, at a closer glance, the sensitive mien of a cultured gentleman. While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. The inspector's condition is disturbingly reminiscent of the scions who were summoned to the First for a time. Oh, finished already? Any theories as to what's wrong with the inspector? Well, he's a soulless husk, which is less than ideal. I see. I mean, I don't. But that's what you're supposed to say at times like this. I know that much. How do we wake him up? Probably gotta go grab his soul from wherever it's at. Return his soul to his body? But where did it go and what is it doing there? Probably went to the First to become the Gentleman of Darkness as you do. I see. Right. So can you go there? Great. In that case, I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you've arrived in this otherworldly world, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue and chat with the people there. That's standard agent of inquiry protocol. Oh, and since this is Inspector Hildibrand we're talking about, don't be surprised if you find him asleep or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry, I've prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it, and with that, do take care out there. Haven't been here in a hot minute. Now we have an actual excuse to go back. Yeah, I haven't been here in ages. Welcome back, friend. I'd offer you a pint, but my barman sense tells me that's not why you're here. Unfortunately. So this friend of yours has gone missing. Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow to me? Hume, burly, wears a monocle, well-meaning idiot. Yes, that does sound familiar. Mind you, I didn't see him myself, but I do believe one of our bounty hunters spied such a man when you were all battling that horde of spectral warriors. Giat, come here a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with you. That's so? Make it quick. This ale isn't going to drink itself. Wait. You're one of the Exarch's friends, the Warrior of Darkness. Fought by your side when the glowing bastards came to ruin our day, but we showed them, ha. But enough reminiscing. What's so important that you had to interrupt my regularly scheduled drinking? Now that you mention it, I did see someone like that. Back there on the battlefield, after you ran off to do more hero work. At first, I thought he was going to attack me like the rest of the Spirit Watsits, but no. He just stood there, striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me, damned if I could tell. Still, he was glowing, and I wasn't about to take any chance, so I said, hey, piss off, ghost, and send him packing. Did he die, you ask? To which I say, what am I, a chirurgeon? Also, I've kept my mug waiting long enough. Good talk. Could it be the Warrior of Darkness? I thought that was your voice, but was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see you again. Didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the renegade poser. We've been searching for him for some time now. There have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Vonard and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom of it. We've little in the way of useful information, though. All we know is that he appears without a warning and strikes a disturbing pose. He's not caused any harm. If you discount the shock of a strange man gesticulating in your general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we're worried his behavior might escalate. Have you been tasked with apprehending the miscreant as well? Not quite, Vonard. Pennifers come to track down a missing friend. I wouldn't call him a friend, per se, but I too happen to be looking for a man prone to posing. If the man you're looking for might be one and the same, then why not work together? Between the three of you, you're bound to have better luck. It would be an honor and a great help. We were just about to leave to gather testimony as it happens. Come and join us in Solon when you've finished here. We'll solve this mystery in no time. I think I did all the Aether Currents here. Yeah. So we have... Still need to do the quests there. And I still refuse to go to the Sea of Clouds. You cannot force me to go to the Sea of Clouds. That place is evil and I refuse. Did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing through the forest of the Lost Shepherd on my way to deliver fish to the Ostal Imperative. Out of nowhere, this odd man leapt in front of me. I thought he was a bandit at first, but then he abruptly turned to the side, curled his neck, and put his fist to his head as if to say, I don't know. It was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else. Sounds about right. Oh, that fellow? I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmelt. I'd enjoyed one too many libations after my bath and ended up wandering off into the forest. Before I knew it, the sun was dipping low, and the sky turning dark, and I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug at my arm, and would you believe it? This odd-looking man led me out of the forest and set me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck this pose and walked off. Sounds about right. Honestly, you know, with this slightly better graphics code, I could probably have OBS capture at 60 FPS. That'll probably end up looking really nice. I think by tomorrow I'll have it set up to capture at 60 FPS instead of just 30. Why yes, I saw someone like that when I was out picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurk in the forest and that I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly. Because if I'm getting enough frames on... or with the game, with everything else open, I could run things at 60 FPS instead of capping it at 30. Finished questioning the locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Not only has the poser caused no harm, he's even helped people? So he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction, you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we've heard. Everyone seemed to encounter him in the Forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? Then that's where we'll look next, shall we? Well, here we are. But how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? These woods are, well, woods. Got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the warrior of darkness. Show us what you've got in mind and we'll back you up to the best of our ability. Oh boy. Let's mambo. This is silly already. Hark. What familiar, gentlemanly gyrations are these? What? Those can't be real wings. They're not. On your guard, it's a Sin Eater. No, wait, that's no Sin Eater. That's just an idiot. It's Hildibrand. Again, an idiot. Hildibrand? Who is this Hildibrand of whom you speak? I am the Forgiven Gentleman, Devourer of Sins, Light Warden Extraordinaire. The fuck you are? You might occasionally moonlight as a zombie overlord, but trust me, you're a gentleman inspector. Please tell me I'm gonna pull out a bomb. Inspector. Sin Eater. Inspector. Sin Eater. You're acquainted with this, gentleman? Unfortunately. Right then. Clearly, your friend has been through a lot, but still, how did he get it in his head that he's a Sin Eater? Is there no way to bring back his memories? Oh, there is. Explosives? We're still trying to save him, right? We're playing volleyball with a bomb. Wicked White, we killed him. No, he's fine. Unfortunately. I say, Pennifer, I had resigned myself to Nashi's ungentle methodology, but you too, my brutish friend? But never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. It's nice, isn't it? Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg wandering the bizarre, shadowy realm known as the Interspectorial Rift. Where am I? Who am I? Okay, that's terrifying. That sickening light, that aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one of them, ain't you? What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking. Piss off, ghost! Oh, that's gotta hurt. Run for your lives, it's a Sin Eater! A Sin Eater? I'll be damned. I saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder he became convinced he was a Sin Eater. I saw it too. It was, quite possibly, the most ridiculous memory I've ever glimpsed. I mean, yeah, that's accurate. Answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we, and why is it so purple? You don't like purple? The first? The first what? Are you telling me we've somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Yeah. Good gods, to think that I have transcended the very boundaries of time and space. But worry not, my adoring fans. Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, will return to you forthwith. We're not even an hour in and everything's insane. Well, I've enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first that I can remember. We should be getting back to our own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Well, I'm gonna need to cram you into a crystal. Restore my soul with a spirit vessel. Say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It is not unlike brewing the perfect cup of coffee, which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier. We require the services of Becklug, our friend, who is not going to like Hildibrand at all. Splendid! I see that even in this world, you rub shoulders with the cream. Let us pay this Becklug a visit. I'm not sure what you're plotting to do with souls, but if you require Becklug's assistance, we can help. They've aided us time and again, and I reckon they'd do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Oh, Becklug is absolutely going to hate Hildibrand, and it's going to be funny. Damn allergies. Ugh. Which reminds me, I should take my allergy pill, so I'll do that real quick. Even when I'm indoors, allergies are being annoying. It is painful that allergy pills, even over the counter, are expensive as all heck. Yeah. Alright, that unlocks the extremes. Yeah, right, we still need to, at some point, to do the raids for here and the trial series. And for Stormblood and for Endwalker. And I'm curious what the trial series for Dawn Trail is. We'll get there eventually. I think my main goal after this will be get caught up on the story. And then work on side content. Because we should be able to do a single post-patch per string like we usually do. So that'll take 4 strings to get done with, or get caught up through 7.4, which will bring us a little ways past when 7.5 comes out, but then we'll still be caught up on that. If you're ready, I'll call for Becklug. The Genius Soul Sommelier. You come highly recommended by Pennifer, and what an adorable little puppy you have. Oh my god, you don't call her a puppy. She's not a puppy. Soul, what? Puppy? I beg your pardon, but there seems to be some confused... Puppy? Who is this imbecile, Pennifer? Exactly that, he's an imbecile. I have half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. But I presume he is a friend of yours and one in need, no less. What? Another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do it the last time? Yet you waltz in here and ask me this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. His case is no different from the others, at least he is present only in soul, as they were. You'll need another spirit vessel, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, do you? Entrusted to you by the Crystal Exarch, you say? Heh. If only he knew how you were using it. Fortunately, I have a Porksy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at risk of transforming into eaters, but I suppose it's due for a change of pace. There is, however, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there is a chance his will not survive, that his very essence will be rent asunder. After what he's lived through, it would be implausibly anticlimactic for him to die like that. Haha, Pennifer knows me all too well. I assure you, my good sommelier, who is most certainly not a dog, you needn't worry for Hildibrand Heliodor Maximilian Manderville. Yes, I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried, and they have. Come along then. Hildy, I can't be bothered to remember that name. I mean, fair. 1,000 thanks. Simply point me to the soul siphon and I shall hop right in. The rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much I might be tempted. And I mean, that is perfectly fair. I would not have been upset if Becklug did hurt him. You will be pleased to know that the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is take his spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with his corporeal body. He should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact. If there's nothing else, Vonard and Ashot should be getting back to your duties. It was a pleasure, Pennifer, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad I was there for it. Till we meet again, rest assured that Thaler and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence. Not the spirit. Well, our trip here was brief, but now we get to go home. You're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. The Inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great. But we have another problem now. The Inspector's body has gone missing. He went to the markets to do some shopping, and when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen. I double-checked that every door was locked before we left, but there's nothing to suggest someone forced their way in. We've got a case in our hands. The case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come on, let's start looking for witnesses. Well, I can say that he evaporated, because people don't normally evaporate. Did I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock taking to make note of any comings or goings. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. I didn't see anyone carry a person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy he strained to lift it. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, it was a bit suspicious. There you are. This man says he has vital information that will help us in our investigation. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Delian, editor-in-chief of the Thavnarian Troop, a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena of our isle. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who was behind the incident. But I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descend in curious, saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings, our very bodies. You shudder, no doubt, as you realize of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. Oh, but it could, and it is. Your dear friend the Inspector has been abducted by... Huh? Aliens? Oh, but he'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor deluded... Don't call me a poor deluded child. That they do, but to what end? Why else? That they might one day take over our world. What is worse, they plot to do so with the aid of collaborators, where the Charlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on... Oh, he's talking about the moon bunnies. This guy's stupid. The final days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos that our world would be easier to conquer. Blessedly, it was thwarted, if only by dumb luck, as those that did the thwarting were just... What the fuck do you mean? I know the true nature of the final days. I went back in time, you dipshit. I had hoped the setback would discourage the aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions, but it would seem events have only emboldened them if they are indeed carrying out abductions here in Razathan. Even as we speak, your friend lays prone on a sterile bed in their base on the surface of the moon, where they poke and probe him with inscrutable instruments as their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish delight. But I have said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of our world is that you are so unbearably stupid. The moon bunnies mean us no harm. Oh no, that sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save the inspector at once. I think he was a few materia short of a full melt. That's actually pretty funny. So you don't think the inspector is somewhere getting probed by aliens? But if not them, then who's probing him? A man carrying a suspiciously large sack? That sounds promising. Maybe someone can tell us more. Yet that man is a few plums short of a fruit pie. Someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around. Or a few brain cells short of a coherent thought. Because all of that he said was literally insane. Oh no, it's like that one quote from Billy Madison, I believe it was. What you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Hariga and his family are the nicest people. They've got such gentle eyes and long snouts, too. Longer than anyone I've ever met in Eorzea. The man with the sack? Indeed, I couldn't help but take note of him as he passed, trying so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He descended to Alzadal's path, then went over to the fountain where he met with the merchant, I believe. Such a hefty sack it was. My mind was racing with the possibilities of what it might contain. That had to be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant. You don't want to know what's inside that sack. It's unbearably stupid is what's in it. A sack full of idiocy. Oh no, I'm supposed to go this way. Technically I could go the other way, but it wants me to go this way. This way, this way. It's incredible, isn't it? It reminds me of the giant statue of Lord Godbert of the Gold Saucer. Once the inspector's back on his feet, we'll have to show him. God, if this is insane already, I can't wait to see what the Dawn Trail quests are gonna be like. A man with a large sack? Ha. You bet I saw him. In fact, I sold him my chocobo. At first, I told him to get lost, that Bird and I go way back, and so forth, but he was in a hurry and his offer was very generous. When you're in my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental, and now I can buy a whole stable's worth of chocobos. Did he say where he was planning to go next? He was muttering something about having to get to Saltwind's Welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot, never mind the sack. Did you hear that, Pennifer? We need to head to Saltwind's Welcome right away. Okay, alpaca. I am glad I went back and did all of the flying for here. Aside from Labyrinthos, which I could do at some point, that's easy. But I also did all of the flying here, which was a lot more painful, because like, all of these old zones just have 4. Current zones have 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7... a 10. Which is pain. Especially in, living memory, because that place is massive. Here we are, which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled. I still don't like that saying, keep your eyes peeled, because if you peel your eyes, it's gonna hurt. Maybe he's waiting for a co-conspirator? We should stay out of sight and watch what happens. Mr. Chupacabra, but he expressly told us he had put the evil scenes behind him. He wouldn't lie, would he? Of course he would lie. The goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well, your payment as promised. My client will be most pleased. Huh? You? Oh no, is he going to feed the inspector to that giant sea monster? That's no sea monster. I fought that guy in a dungeon. It is an honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Luge. I have faith this specimen will meet with your satisfaction. So this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world, the Manderville Man. None other. He has weathered countless explosions and a multitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. It is even said he survived a journey to Dalamud himself and survived the Lesser Moon's fall of nary a scratch. Most fortunately for us, he has fallen into a coma from which I am assured he will never awake. You are free to do with his body as you please. Wee hee hee. Even the mightiest of warriors can't fight while asleep. Well, we're gonna wake him up. Those meddlers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body mine to command, I will exact a bloody, glorious revenge. Forgive my boldness, Doctor, but when might I expect the rest of my payment? I have debts that must be repaid. Worry not. With the Telephorai gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with wealth, my loyal minion. And gladly shall I accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I will suffer no comeuppance. Sup? No, not you. Not now. Bah, I must away. Wait, Doctor, my payment! Wake up, Inspector! Yeah, toss it! Yeet. This bitch empty. Yeet. Wakey, wakey. Ow. Could it be the world's no longer purple? Stop moving, damn you! You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece of my glorious revenge! Oh boy.
Old work ahead. Oh yeah, I sure hope it does.
Oh boy. You know, maybe he was trying to do his own Artemis too, but he failed. I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to, but more importantly, after a brief detour, I find myself in my own world once more. My most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants, but rejoice, for Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Unfortunately, Ow. Wait, Inspector? I knew it. An alien abduction, and to think I would have the chance to witness one with my own eyes. This month's issue of the Davenarian Truth shall be the best one yet. And just when I thought we finally had the Inspector back, off he went and then came back and then floated off again. Also, howdy howdy, Nightmare Agent. Welcome, welcome. I know it's not the first time that he's taken to the skies without warning, but still, it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Rats at Han. Doing pretty good. Hope you're doing good as well. Well, he flew a rocket up, not quite to the moon, but he was trying, and then he crashed, and then he got kidnapped by an alien. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, Inspector, why have you left me again, and where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Nashu. There's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyal assistant, Nashu, will solve the mystery of your disappearance again. And don't you worry, Panaher. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time. Chillin's always good. Yeah, so we went to another world to find him. We brought him back. He gets kidnapped. We rescue him. He flies off on a rocket. He crash lands down and then aliens abduct him. And then he gets pooped out on the moon. Sounds about right. Oh my god, what is that expression? That is terrifying, holy shit. Okay, it's not a gray, it's a blue. It's not a gray, it's just a blue. Blues are fine. Blue aliens are fine, it's not a gray alien, it's just blue. Yeah, I think Boss Lady's okay with blue aliens. If it's not gray, it's perfectly fine. It's a cute little blue. Yeah, exactly. Blue and green aliens are more friendly. Jennifer, I have a new lead, and just as I promised, you're the first to know. Before we get into the details though, I should give you back your soul container. I gave it a good scrub first, of course. Being the gentleman that he is, I'm sure the inspector wouldn't want to leave any lingering spiritual odors. There. Now you can listen to my findings without having distracting thoughts like, When is Nashi going to give me back my soul container? Now, as for the lead I mentioned, I was thumbing through a periodical and found an article on alien abduction. The way it was described was almost exactly what happened to the inspector. It even had a little diagram of a man swimming in midair. Anyway, the author seemed convinced that the victim had been taken to the moon. Why does this sound like the kind of rubbish the Thavnarian Truth publishes? That's because it is. You remember Dorian, the editor in Briefs? He was the one who wrote it. And he plans on doing research for the next edition on the moon itself. Apparently, there's a portal or something in Garlemald that will take you straight there. Oh, but a world-hopping adventurer like you must have been to the moon already. Know it like the back of your hand, I bet. I thought so. It'll be nice to have an expert guide up there to help me search for clues. What say you? To the moon! Right, I'll start packing my bags. I don't know what the weather is like on the moon, but I remember Garlemald being a bit chilly the last time I was there.
We are going to the Mon.
Oh, it's much colder than I ever remembered. I sure hope this lunar gate is close. The Tower of Babel? You mean that big spiky spire? Well, we definitely shouldn't get lost on the way there. Let's get moving. It may be cold, but I've got an alpaca. That'll keep me warm. Yeah, this thing looks so soft and fluffy. I can't imagine being cold while riding it. Okay, that's the A rank. We're not going to touch that because that's going to kick our butt. So, this thing will send us up to the moon, just like that. Courage, Snashu. The world is in grave danger and the people deserve to know. I have to reach the moon so I can expose the truth. As I have explained to you twice already, I can only allow passage to the authorized travelers, which you are not. You're with them, aren't you? The aliens have infiltrated every layer of our society. What in blazes are you talking about? I'm Dalmascan, born and raised. Oh look, it's Dorian, the editor in Briefs. That's Delian, editor-in-chief, thank you very much. And you were friends of the abducted, I believe. Panifer, greetings. Are you acquainted with this man by any chance? No, nor am I affiliated with him in any way, shape, or form. I wouldn't think so. He doesn't seem the kind of company a hero like you would keep. But Panifer, aren't you forgetting that whole conversation we had with Dorian back in Razat Han? Maybe? Panifer? As in Panifer of Rose? Slayer of Gods? Savior of Ishgard? Liberator of provinces? Stealer of pants? Okay, when did I get the nickname Stealer of Pants? Whose pants have I stolen? How did I fail to recognize such an unbelievably famous individual? 'Cause you're stupid, that's how. As a champion of the people, you have a duty to lead us to this fact-strangling checkpoint. We cannot let your comrade's abduction go unsolved. He needs you, and the world needs my No, the world does not need your next article. And you believe he was taken to the moon? Well, that certainly sounds like an emergency to me. Your acquaintance here seems sincere in his desire to help, so I will grant him special dispensation to accompany you just this once. You may proceed to the Nethergate. Mysterious forces have thrust us together, and though I trust the fates about as much as I trust that obviously compromised gate guard, I will leave no moonstone unturned. The truth is up there. Yeah, I'm getting you up there, my guy. I'm not getting you back down. Ooh, the moon is just as white and shiny up close. But not made of cheese. And no sign of Inspector Hildibrand either. So, we've already arrived. The Empire's technology is more advanced than I feared. Over there. The aliens have built some kind of forward base on the lunar surface. We must sneak in and blow the lid. You are so unbelievably stupid, my guy. Looks like Dorian has a lead. Come on, we should follow him. Like, every second I spend around by the guy, I can feel my brain cells committing Sudoku. Aliens? Honest to God's aliens? I never expected them to be so tall, or so small and bunny-like. Welcome. If I had known I was receiving so many visitors, I would have sent for more tea. That voice, speaking inside my head. I don't know the words, but their meaning is clear. Are they wielding psychic powers to try and brainwash me? You alright there, friend? Need help with anything in particular? And this one speaks our tongue fluently. Learned it from your Charlene collaborators, I'll wager. Don't think you'll fool me, what with your adorable bunny nose and silken ears. I'll print the truth before you arrive to beguile my fellow men. You're one of Urianje's friends, aren't you? I'm not sure who or what put such odd ideas into your companion's head, but would you mind setting him straight for me? I can try, honestly. The Loperids are not alien invaders, although their adorableness does belie their capacity for shenanigans. They got to you. Oh my god, you're so unbelievably stupid. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I've heard the rumors about the disbanded Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The formerly secret society has in truth become all the more secret that it may pull our leader strings from the shadows. Hold it right there, mister. I won't stand here and listen to you slander Pennifer or this lovely bunny any longer. You better not libel them neither. We actually came in search of Inspector Hildibrand, a dashing gentleman who we think was brought here by a shiny flying saucer. You wouldn't happen to have seen either of them around here, would you? I am afraid I have seen neither. Long was it my duty to keep watch But as the need for constant vigilance has since ended, I have grown accustomed to idleness. It's rather refreshing, really. Anyway, perhaps the Loporritz may have observed this man or his abductor. I feel I would have remembered if I had. The others might have seen something, though. Why don't I take you over to Bestway's Burrow and you can ask them about it yourself? That sounds like a wonderful idea. Please lead the way. If nothing else, getting an eyeful of the facilities we built for the benefit of mankind should help reassure your suspicious friend there. I doubt it's gonna do a damn thing. Because this guy is just so unbelievably stupid. So many bunnies! If they can build a forward base on this scale, then what hope does mankind have against them? Oh, for the love of carrots, this is not a military operation. Do you see any cannons or assault craft? We haven't any weaponry at all. Take your time and chat with whomever you like. As for me, I've got perfectly innocuous and not at all nefarious things to do. Bye now. Right then, let's get on with the investigation. Look, they even have an aetheryte here. An aetheryte? A convenient tool for meeting with the Charlene co-conspirators, no doubt. Oh, they'll tell you aetherytes are an elegant invention, but it was really just one of many alien technological secrets received in exchange for the undying loyalty. Link pearls too. Be careful what you say on those private calls. The Charlene... This guy is so unbelievably stupid, it hurts. Oh, I often stretch my legs out there under the stars, but I can't say I've noticed anything out of the ordinary. Sorry. Not to worry, we'll try our luck elsewhere. Thank you. Furry-faced liars, the lot of them. They're probably hiding an entire fleet of alien attack. Oh my god, you're so painfully stupid. Like, it hurts to exist in your general area. A propulsion engine? Of course, this is no mere moon. You know the satellite upon which we stand was never a natural celestial body, right? It was a grand fabrication of the ancients. They were in contact with aliens even back then, but the purpose of their ambitious construction has eluded us until now. It's obvious that the moon is a colossal starfaring vessel. I mean, yeah? Of course, it always was. That's a big fan. It must get hot in here. Like, we've literally known that this was meant to travel across the stars to save people. Oh, ever since we built the Excitertron 6000, we get all kinds of people around here. Could you describe your missing friend in a bit more detail? Well, he's very gentlemanly and dapper, if you look past the almost certainly tattered state of his clothing. Though their fashion sense can be a bit eclectic, our visiting adventurers are always dressed impeccably. Not to be rude, but I have a feeling your friend would have stood out in that crowd. He's probably strapped to a table somewhere even as we speak, enduring unspeakable experiments. From what I've pieced together so far, the giant alien is the master, and all these smaller xenobunnies are artificial life forms created to serve as minions in his armies. Their harmless appearance is part of the strategy. As soon as you let your guard down, snap. They take you down like a pack of tiny herbivorous wolves. Dorian has some interesting theories, doesn't he? Being nibbled to death by a mob of cuddly bunnies doesn't sound like a bad way to go. I mean, yeah. Not the worst way to go, but again, this guy is just so unbelievably stupid. And I thought Hildibrand was an idiot. No gentleman in ragged clothes, I'm afraid, but I did spot an object in flight that I couldn't immediately identify. It was while I was out gathering materials in the south of Mare-Lamentorum. I presumed it was just some elegant relic or new species of floating jellyfish and didn't think too much of it. Now that sounds promising. Thank you for your time. Don't eat the moon bunnies, Tempest. They're our friends. What's this then? A pod for growing new Xeno bunnies? They must plan to produce them in the millions and overwhelm us with sheer fuzzy numbers. Ah, how could I have been so blind? Those aren't ears, they're psychic wave generators. They lure people close to the precious little faces and then bam, brainwashed. I would much sooner eat this idiot of a person than one of the moon bunnies. I figured it all out, alien scum. And once the world reads my special edition, your dreams of domination will be done for. What a strange and oddly aggravating man. Is he a friend of yours too? He is absolutely not a friend. He thinks he's a friend to the people, but I don't think any people are his friends. Literally. Right, let's get out there and find that flying object. Do you know which direction is south? Roughly. Wait, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone with the brainwashing Xeno bunnies. Like, these bunnies are smart and can talk. You don't eat the sentient talking bunnies. You eat the... not sentient bunnies. Because isn't that what mutton is? Rabbit meat? At least I know in Minecraft that if you kill a rabbit, it can drop mutton. So I assume that that's rabbit meat. But don't eat our friendly, cuddly, wuddly moon bunnies. All they ever eat is carrots. They're not gonna taste that good. Okay, let us look for an UFO. Well, that's not... I mean, that's not... Now she is romping around with the Argos, already forgetting why she was out here. Good dog. There's that idiot. Well, there it is in the distance. With something. Ah, there it is. And there it goes. Come on, we can't let it get away. We did it, Pennifer. We found the inspector. Case closed. Horrendous. Only aliens could subject a man to such a callous and physically impossible fate. No, not aliens. That's a lot of him. Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or do you see a whole field of planted Hildibrands? Well, well, what a delightful surprise to see you here, wherever here happens to be. My, what an impressive specimen of a gentleman you are, good sir. The same could be said of you, my good man. Oh boy, they're multiplying. Is this an extemporaneous gentleman's club, if I may be so bold as to join you? Oh my god, the idiots are multiplying. I think we're in hell, chat. I think we're in hell. What in the name of the occult is happening here? Where did they all come from? Could be they're Hildibrand clones grown in an alien laboratory's flesh vats? Imposters, you mean? Don't worry, I know just how to find the real Inspector. Tell me it's a bomb. Yay, it's multiple bombs! It's just what I wanted. Multiple bombs. Cease and desist, Nashu. Use your powers of deduction, not destruction. They're all so authentic and synchronized, I honestly can't tell the difference. Aww. Well, look no further, for I am the one and only Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. The one and only? I believe that would be me, good sir. How odd. I think you will find that I am the original Hildibrand. Oh, I am more than certain that I am Hildibrand. As am I. Could it be that we are all Hildibrand? Could it be that I am in hell? How positively marvelous. I propose we celebrate this auspicious moment as only a mob of Mander-Mander men can. What manner of waking nightmare is this? Your kiss is as good as mine. Oh, why are you dancing with them? Oh god, not the faces again. Well, there's the real one. And there's a little blue alien. Apologies for the confusion, my friends. I assure you that this time you stand in the presence of the inimitable Hildibrand Maximilian Manderville. And this diminutive blue chap here is my new associate, Master Poo Poo. Another alien species? Of course. You're building a clone army to invade our star, and what we stumbled upon was a field test. I do not believe we've had the pleasure, my excitable fellow, but I promise you that the amicable Master Poo Poo has no desire to wage any clone wars. Then, what's this all about? Are you telling me you weren't abducted? A simple misunderstanding. Oh ho ho ho! What a charming little rascal you are. An offshoot of the Mandragora family, perchance? Poo Poo? Ah, I see. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Master Poo Poo. Might I inquire as to our current whereabouts? I had but recently reunited with Nashu and Pennifer and would greatly appreciate it if you could convey me back to my prior location. Splendid! Full speed ahead, my dear fellow. Steady on now. This is not what I had in mind. Ow. Why are they always face down, ass up? My word, you've generated a veritable battalion of identical gentlemen. Surely the world could never safely contain so much pure Mandervillian magnificence. Could you, perchance, reverse the process? Oh boy, that's a big bomb. Oh, there's one missing. Oh gods, no, not like that. Thus, I have concluded that Master Poo Poo has no grasp of the common tongue, and his true intentions, while surely peaceable, remain woefully unclear. It was only through frenzied gesture that I managed to direct him back here and have him clean up our mandible multiplicity incident. I hail from a star, a great distance from here. I came in search of a friend whose communications halted mid-exploration. All this way to aid a comrade in distress, you say? The devotion, the determination. Your touching story has sunk its hooks into my heart. Fear not, my blue-hued friend, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have attached myself to this case like a stubborn barnacle on a kraken's behind. I swear to you, here and now, I shall scour all of creation from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens for the missing comrade that you so desperately seek. Okay, we're gonna go to BRB for a minute or two.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
Hmm. Tell me, Pennifer, how is it that you are able to understand Master Poo-Poo's language? The power of echoes? You mean persistent repetition. It sounds similar to the Manderville art of parley. You're saying you have an extrasensory ability that allows communication with aliens? How fascinating. Yes, most fascinating indeed. Thank you, thank you. Pending mysteries aside, I am glad indeed to once more be in the company of my faithful assistant and stalwart contemporary both. So begins the case of the silent correspondent. Not to rain on your parade, but my friend who was somewhere on your star stopped sending me messages is not a lot to go on. I've spent years investigating the existence of aliens, and our recent experiences notwithstanding, they are not that easy to find. Then you don't know Inspector Hildibrand. He'll solve this case as he's solved countless others, with unerring perception and panache. Ha 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 ha. Well said, Nashu. I need but relinquish conscious thought to investigative instinct, and the clues will flow to me forthwith. Lose yourself in the deductive current, Inspector. You're channeling, aren't you? Contacting a higher power to breach the veil of mystery? Another fascinating development. There you are. I've been looking all over. Thought you'd like to know that I spotted that chap you were asking about. You know, the well-muscled gentleman with tattered clothing and dazzling teeth? You mean this gentleman? We found him too. Well, that can't be right. I just saw him in the north of Mare Lamentorum, and he ran the other way when I called out. I don't understand how he could have arrived before me. I have a feeling, Mr. Bunny, sir, that what you said was an imposter. Pennifer, would you mind asking Mr. Poo-Poo if he was growing any more inspectors on the moon? I only created a single batch, but one did manage to escape the vaporization beam. That individual's behavior was unpredictable. A flaw in the cloning process, I'm afraid. Well, this won't do at all. We cannot have a flawed inspector running around besmirching the Manderville name. Master Poo-Poo, I must ask that we hunt down and liquidate my other self as soon as possible. Might we delay the search for your comrade until the deed is done? The imperfect clone was of my making. It is only right that I redress my mistake first. So begins the case of the imposter inspector. Oh, that does sound exciting. If you don't mind me coming along, I could show you the place where I saw the imposter inspector. That is a mouthful to say. I espy with my little eye no dashingly defective gentleman. He can't have made it that far on foot. Why don't we try searching the immediate area, scan the horizon, that sort of thing? Then I suggest we split up so we can cover more ground. Nashu, Pennifer, and I will investigate to the west. Right, I'll take these two, or these other two and head east. Splitting the party again, and you're leaving me with the aliens? Yeah, deal with it. Oh, relax, Bright Eyes. We'll have a nice chat and I can disabuse you of all those strange conspiratorial notions. Oh, and we can get to know our new friend here. Let us be on our way as well, with Pennifer in the van, if you please. Okay, good. They do teleport up to me if I use something like that. Good to know. Behold this sublime vista. 'Tis as if the moon herself breathes beneath our feet. Oh, look down here. They have their very own hot spring. My dear Nashu, what you are observing is no hot spring, but a natural reservoir of ceruleum. With such a rich resource to hand, it is no wonder they can afford these palatial residences. I'm glad you're here to educate me, Inspector. I was about to take a quick soak. Oh, look down. Oop. Well, thankfully, these are all level 84 and I'm level 100, so they're probably gonna ignore me. I can get close and they're probably not gonna attack me. Yeah, I'm too high level for them to just idly notice me. Hammer. Well, that's not a good sign. A goldsmithing hammer is lodged in the Thinker's carcass. It appears to have been dealt a single, swift killing blow. The bugs grow big up here, don't they? This hammer, surely it cannot be. Nay, it does not bear thinking about. Come along, nothing to see here. I mean, I know exactly whose hammer that is. Like, I know it, he knows it, she knows it. He's just denying that it is, in fact, Godbert's hammer, and something even sillier is going to happen before long. But, we gotta run all the way around this, because the moon's kind of broken. Well, let's pop Sprint. This will make it at least a bit faster. Because once Sprint runs out, we have Jog to make it a little faster. So I think after this quest we have 6 more to go. Because they are decently long. Which will make for a nice long stream. Not a single cloud in sight. In fact, I've never seen the night sky so clearly. Now that you mention it, it's been nighttime the entire time I've been here. How much longer until dawn breaks do you think? We're on the moon. What a dazzling display of stars. Like, literally, we're on the moon. There's no atmosphere here. So there is no dawn or sunset, it's literally just nighttime the entire time. Hammer. Another goldsmithing hammer, another killing blow that bespeaks unparalleled strength. Aw, it looks like he's yawning. The hammer stuck in his head spoils the effect, though. He can't. Why would he be here? That's a goldsmithing tool, isn't it? It does look awfully familiar. And yet completely unrelated to our case. Moving on, people, moving on. Unrelated, he says. He knows who it is, I know who it is, we all know who it is. And it's going to become funny before long. A set of gentlemanly tracks leads to the northwest. Aha! In the sand, in the snow, or in a half-ilm of moondust, I'd recognize those fancy footprints anywhere. They're a perfect copy of mine. Our fugitive imposter must be just up ahead. I sense a gentlemanly presence. He is close. Very close. No clones in the northeastern quadrant that we could see. That's clever. Master Poo Poo can scout for us from the air. Aha! I found me. Why did I flee? He seems sad, downcast, very uninspector-like. A flat creation, to be sure. Such negative emotions would never mar the heart of a true Mander-ville man. Oh, wrong button. I keep forgetting to go back to my expressions. Praise Thal for his patience. Would see my beloved Hildy has been awoken from his unnatural slumber. Ow. And again, ow. That had to hurt. Abandoning my gentleman comrades to save myself, my pride in worse tatters than my maltreated wardrobe. My fatherly love, denied, unthinkable, unless that is not my son. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Another of me survived? I'll not turn tail and run this time. No, sir. Hildibrand to the rescue. That was a mistake. Mistakes were made. Round and round as fast as I can. I can't slow down. I'm a Mander-Mander man. Manderville Dance of the Ephemeral Twins. Oh boy. And there he goes. Ow. That had to have hurt a lot. Oh my god, they're in Hulk Hogan's nose. And they have awoken the Hulkster. Huh? Huh? Now I know I'm dreaming. That can't possibly be real. That was a little something we were preparing to welcome the people of Aetheris. I almost forgot it was still there. The barrage appears to have stopped, but just look at all this junk. Please be sure to pick up your litter before you leave. The moon belongs to everyone, you know. Oh ho! Hildibrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Manderville, how glad I am to see you up and about. Your mother will be beside herself with joy. I only stand before you now thanks to Nashu, who stood ever vigilant at my bedside, and to Pennifer, who ferried my soul back from across the rift. My son is indeed blessed with comrades of quality. You have my heartfelt gratitude. To you, Master Poo-Poo, I extend my apologies. In my excitement, I fear I have broken your starship. If there is aught I can do to help effect repairs, you have only to ask. My vessel experienced a temporary malfunction, but there was no major structural damage. It brings me relief and joy to hear it. Might I have a word, Pennifer? I had actually come to the moon in search of a certain rare ore, and by Thal's good graces, my quest has been successful. The ore, however, is but the first step of a longer saga. Meet me back in Radz-at-Han and I will explain the role I wish you to play. Yes, I think it best we make the journey starwards. You'll not find Master Poo-Poo's friend from up here unless someone packed an extremely officious spyglass. Anybody? No? Then home it is. For years, I've chased after the supernatural and the inexplicable, but to encounter so much of it in such a short span of time, my mind still reels from the implications. Yet I must keep my gaze focused beyond the veil. A chance like this comes only once in a lifetime. How lovely to be back on the star of my birth. Father did not tarry to chat, but said something about returning here with a trusted employee. Well, we've no time for further familial pleasantries. Nashu and I must devote all our mental energies to the case of the silent correspondent. My keen inspector sense impels me to begin our search in that direction. Make haste, my companions, for justice waits for no man, not even one who is little in blue. Inspector, wait, can't justice make an exception for me? His channeling appears to be remarkably effective. Fascinating, yes, most fascinating indeed. Pennifer, forgive me. I seem to have been laboring under a misconception. After spending some time with the Xeno Bunnies, it has become clear to me that they have not the slightest intention of invading our star. They are no threat to us. But he is. You know of whom I speak. That devious Master Poo-Poo and his diabolical devices devised solely for world domination. I shall have to investigate him further to learn the intricacies of his plans, but I may require your aid, not to mention your interpretation. I'll even pay you a retainer fee, so please, when the time comes, join me on my quest for the truth. Pennifer, my apologies for the wait. Shall we proceed to business then? The task at hand concerns nothing less than a family legacy. The recreation of the historically significant and astronomically magnificent Manderville weapons. They were the designs of a distant ancestor, you see. While the originals have long since vanished, the manual containing the secrets of the construction survived, a precious heirloom passed down through generations of Mandervilles. Why the sudden passion for weaponsmithing? 'Tis true that, as a goldsmith, I've had little occasion for crafting implements of war. Why this project and why now, you may very well ask? Then I shall very well tell you. The tale begins not so long ago. I was here in Razadhan to discuss a deal with an up-and-coming merchant. The matter in question was an acquisition proposal. Alas, the talk soured, so I made preparations to depart. It was then that the sky burst into flame. You know all too well what horrors followed. I did my best to defend the citizenry from the beasts which spawned, yet I could not save them all. Saved far too few, in fact. The memory of it haunted me day and night, and I found myself unable to work. But then I heard the news of how you and your companions had ventured forth to banish this evil at its source. You forged on in the face of deepest despair, and it gave me the courage to do the same. I took a good, hard look in the looking glass and asked, what can Godbert Manderville do to safeguard the people of this star? Thus did I realize that I had both knowledge and the skill to forge the greatest of weapons, that I might empower others to protect themselves and their fellow man. So I began going down the list, acquiring the necessary materials with single-minded purpose. One of these was a goodly chunk of purest Mandarium ore, a metal found exclusively in meteorites and then only rarely. I searched high and low, scouring impact sites, consorting with kobolds, all to no avail. Oop. Howdy, howdy, Draconic Mermaid. Welcome, welcome, and welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a fantastic stream. For those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am a cat, a brat, a delinquent, but most importantly, I am everyone's big sister, whether they like it or not. Ooh, Rack Coin. I've heard very good things about that. Hope you had a fun time on stream.
Salutations!
Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, games like that are always addictive, but it's fun. Like, I remember playing Balatro and enjoying that. There was the slot machine one that's super fun. I definitely need to try that game at some point. Then, when none was to be found on Hydaelyn, I set my sights on the moon where I at last obtained a sizable sample. Now, I say at last, but the list of materials goes on. If I'm to collect the rest in a timely fashion, I must employ the help of a comrade of quality. When you can spare a moment from adventuring or aiding my dear son in his inspecting, pray drop a word in the ear of my manservant here. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is so much fun. I shall clear my schedule of trivial interruptions, and we can proceed with the recreation of a Manderville weapon forthwith. Yeah, when I streamed this last week, I was doing the Dawn Trail raids, and those are so good. They are insanely good. And now we're doing some comedy. Because it's fun in comedy. Oh, it's this guy again. This odd gentleman who might as well be naked. I don't like that smile at all. That is in fact a horrifying smile. Because it contrasts his skin so much. It's uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Well, that was 4 of 10 quests for this. We've got more insanity ahead of us. Yep, so literally anything that is not, Pictomancer or Viper, so I can do that later, because I know this is going to cost me Poetics now. Because, yeah, last expansion it cost the actual weekly tomes you would get, but now it's just Poetics. So it's infinitely easier to get that relic now. But I can work on that later. Hennifer, what suspiciously auspicious timing. I was just thinking of you and suddenly you appear. As I'm sure you recall, Master Poo-Poo claimed his purpose in coming to our world was to search for a missing comrade. Which is, of course, merely a cover for his true objective, laying the groundwork for a full-scale invasion. But I understand the skeptical masses will demand proof of this sinister operation. Thus did I decide to bide my time, keep my eyes open, and let things play out. And no sooner had I resolved to do so when I received word concerning the Inspector. It seems they've made progress in tracking down our alien friend's friend. This could be my chance. I say my chance, but I can hardly stand against this cosmic conspiracy alone. You are coming along, yes, unfortunately. I wouldn't dream of letting you investigate Poo-Poo by yourself. And let us be on our way. They were headed to Palakistan, and we don't want to miss even the smallest development. But first, I'm gonna amend or add a little filter to my captions. Let's see, text replacement, replace with that. There we go. Let's see, Master Poo-Poo. There we go, much better. All I had to do was put in a replacement, and now it'll show the name correctly. And I can toggle off the replacement whenever I want, so if I somehow, for some reason, need to say the other thing and have it show correctly, I can, but I don't think I will ever need to. So I can keep it on. But yeah, 6 quests to go for today, and then we're done with today's regularly scheduled comedy. My loyal associates, come to admire the spectacle of inspection, have you? As well you should. Look, Master Poo-Poo, Pennifer has come to help. Thank you, Pennifer. You're too kind. You speak our language now? No echo or universal translator whilst it's required? It was no great chore to master your tongue. The grammar and syntax is relatively simplistic. Such a terrifying intellect. What hope do we have to prevail against it? Oh, I see you hiding back there, you perverted little shit. Ahem. So how did you narrow down the search to this particular area, exactly? Why, my tried and true inspector sense, my dear fellow. All the perceptible and imperceptible signs pointed me in this direction, although they did neglect to include a precise location. For that, we must rely on another tried and true inspecting technique, interrogation. Spread out everyone and question the locals on any poo-poo shaped sightings. I see you, you perverted little shithead. Hiding back there. Now that you mention it, I did see something like that in the west of the shroud. Might have mistaken it for a small child, not for the way it moved. Sort of a furtive scamper. Creepy. Oh yes, I spotted just such an odd little creature in the jungle on my way back from the city markets. Only it wasn't alone. It was in the company of a rather unusual gentleman. Sickly pale he was and radiating an unpleasant smell. I felt obliged to keep my distance. Jennifer, have your investigations borne fruit? Mine own carefully crafted queries place an individual that mastered poo-poo's proportions in the south of the shroud. To the west, your sources say? I asked around and there have been a few sightings in the jungle, somewhere to the north. If we have sightings to the north, south, and west, then that must mean... Master Poo-Poo has more friends here than he realized. I'm not that gregarious, I have precisely one friend on this world. Could it be doppelgangers? No, too simple, too obvious. It's more likely the same alien wandering the jungle, being spotted in different locations by different eyewitnesses. Which just means we need to... I can't believe I'm suggesting this. Split up and search the whole area. A fair proposition. Very well then. Oh ho, are we launching a search party? So obviously, Daphne and Fred go together, Velma goes off on her own, and Shaggy and Scooby go off on their own. That's how this goes, right? Father, have you been following me? Nothing of the sort. I was engaging in feats of physicality while my mind grappled them with the mysteries of Mandervillian weapon forging, hoping to turn perspiration into inspiration, as it were. But I am afraid the burning fields of wooden men are poor muses when compared to the stimulus a worthy opponent provides. Mayhap if I join you and the indomitable Panifer in your endeavor, then happenstance will deliver the challenge I require. You are continuing the case of the silent correspondent, yes? Have you need of an extra pair of eyes? As many as you can spare. I was about to assign teams to search as a matter of fact. This village sits in the Shroud's east, so let us divvy up the remaining directions, shall we? Nashu and I will head south. Panifer and Master Poo-Poo to the west, if you please. DeLorean, you and my father have the north. Ahem, that's DeLion, also, Also, The Shroud of the Samga is awfully big. How are we to keep in contact, much less coordinate our efforts? I had special link pearls made for just such an occasion. We can chatter in each other's ears as much as we like. Are you mad? The Charlians will listen in on everything we're saying. Really? All the way out here? I shouldn't think their hearing is that good, but seeing as you mislike Link Pearls so much, Lord Godbert can hold the one for your team. Link Pearls, what tremendous foresight. Now, let us proceed with our investigation. The inspector wishes us to search in the west of the jungle. Yes, I will follow your lead. A river flowing right at our feet. Many stars have I visited in the cosmos, but precious few have such a bounty of water as this one. Your home is a rare treasure. I see no trace of my comrade. But what are these black-furred beings? Are they friends of yours? Fellow people of Itheris? Those are a type of Sasquatch, by which I mean no. There is a greater variety of species here than I anticipated. I shall have to collect more samples. Let's keep moving. Yeah, those are very much not friendly. Not really much of a problem, but still not friendly. The rock formations on this island remind me of my home star. They have the same vibrant hues, the same stark beauty, if only. But never mind that, we have a friend to find. No sign of a friend here either. But these white-furred individuals, they are surely one of your civilized races, yes? Also not people. Mind the poop throwing. I find it difficult to tell the difference. One semi-intelligent life form is much the same as another. Well, never mind. Moving on. Nothing. Not even a little burnt circle in the grass. The friend I'm looking for, we grew up together. We were always together. We even shared the same dream, to roam the greater expanse of the cosmos. We worked hard and supported one another until we both had starships of our very own. Then the universe was ours to explore. How fleeting that feeling of triumph. But that is another tale entirely. I simply wish to express how dear this friend is to me. Hello, is this thing on? This is Nashu. We think we may have found Poo-Poo's friend. Come to Producer as quickly as you can. Yes, let's take my starship. It's the fastest way. Okay, I'll get abducted. What's a little alien abduction between friends? Well, there he comes, with him dangling on for dear life. Hail, dear comrade of Master Poo-Poo. Become in peace. Pray, reveal yourself. No, that's just... problems. A bunch of problems. Familiar problems. Wait, you're the Mandragoras. I know that gentlemanly overlord's voice. Master Zombibrand, they said you were trapped in slumber, but I rejoice to see that is no longer the case. Gods, it's one of the Walking Dead. Greetings, friends. I am a proud member of the Gentle Deadmen and disciple of Master Zombibrand. What brings you here to Thavner, and in the company of Landosia's infamous vegetable menace, no less? Allow me some few precious moments of your lifespan to explain. It was a time when the maggots in my skull grew restless and wriggly. Tales of spoiled seedkin terrorizing the region of Bosja reached our undead fraternity, and so on their behalf I traveled afar to recruit a rotten mandragora. After making his acquaintance, the festering fellow wished to introduce me to his brethren, who he assured me were no less rotten. Thus did I make next for La Nocia, that I might extend a fetid hand in friendship. When I arrived, however, I learned that one of their companions had been abducted by a strange flying vessel. What was a gentle dead man to do but aid in the search? I turned to the Thavnerian truth, that reliable bastion of supernatural rumor-mongering, and lo and behold, an alien craft matching the Seedkin's description had been spotted here on this isle. Needless to say, we embarked on our journey forthwith. Ah, one of our faithful readers. I'm pleased to see that even in undeath, the hunger for truth is not wholly subsumed by the hunger for brains. So, we find ourselves on the case of the misappropriated Mandragora. This abductor will not evade my powers of discernment. Soon, we'll need a case to carry all these cases. An abductor? I have a feeling we won't need to look far. Hey, look at me! Look, Gary, it's me! Look, Gary, there I am! I've been abducted. Ah, that may have been me. Woo 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 woo. Forgive me for taking your friend. In my sample collecting frenzy, I must have mistaken him for an edible plant of some kind. Understandable. You would not be the first to confuse a mandragora with a salad ingredient. The main thing is that he is returned to us unharmed and uneaten. All's well that ends well. Now, if you will excuse us, we should be getting back to Thanalan. Rotting flesh and humidity is an unpleasant combination. I wonder if you can pick that as a skin color, because if so, people out there might be role-playing as zombies, and that'd be funny. My apologies, Master Poo-Poo. We seem to have missed the mark this time, but I swear to you I shall not rest until you are reunited with your comrade. I almost believed your keen inspector sense to be a form of prognostication, but it really was just following your gut, and I'm afraid vague inspectorial feelings will take us only so far. We have an entire world to search, and for that we'd need, oh, I don't know, a veritable army of inspectors. An army of inspectors. Of course, I can simply clone a multitude of Hildibrands as I did before. Now, let's not do anything rash. Heh. Oh dear. The ship's matter duplication facility has been temperamental for a while, and now it's broken down completely. This clone is the last it will ever produce. My god, it broke the temple. And the real Hildibrand's a pancake now. I'm not scooping that up. Why is he so low poly? What happened to his polygons? Is this what original Final Fantasy VII Hildibrand? What in the fuck is this? Name. My name is Brandihild. Inspector Brandihild? Why is he so blocky? The cloning process must have failed partway through. Allow me to euthanize this abnormality. Now, let's not do anything rash. Unlike my former replicas, this one is highly unlikely to be mistaken for me. And seeing as we were looking for extra helpers, I say we press this undefined fellow into service. Welcome to the team, Inspector Brandihild. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. This is silly. I mean, it's always been silly, but this is even sillier. We made quite a mess of the temple ruin, but thanks to Father, it looks as good as new, or would that be as good as old? In any event, I look forward to tackling the remainder of the case with my charming new contemporary. I am delighted to be a part of it. Oh, look how shy he is. He really is charming. An unexpected but invaluable addition to our ranks. With our numbers thus bolstered, I say we are ready once more to dive into the fray. Perhaps, but what of our strategy? We need a new approach. If I may. Assuming Master Poo-Poo's acquaintance pilots a craft of similar design, then might we not instead attempt to locate the starship? Such a striking vessel will have drawn more attention than the comparatively tiny being in question. He has a point. The Truth received a large number of reports from readers claiming to have observed unidentified flying objects. We could review said reports, those that meet the criteria shiny, silver, and saucer-like, naturally, and then remove instances which we know to have been Master Poo-Poo. That should narrow things down considerably. Indeed, what a fantastic idea. Ah ha ha ha! Just the kind of brilliance one might expect of one's clone. I was about to make the very same suggestion. Well done, Inspector. Ah ha ha. I hope I've not overstepped my bounds. I am but a shadow of the original, after all. I have a stack of back issues stored in the workroom I use in the city. Poo-Poo can help me sift through them and cross off the sightings that were definitely him, shall we? Dorian has taken Master Poo Poo to peruse his store of past publications. Let us enjoy a brief interlude until they return with the results of their investigation. We finished going through all the back issues. If we discount the areas we know Poo Poo to have visited, it turns out that there was only one other sighting of a flying saucer, in Garlemald. The account itself was sent to me by an Imperial soldier named Numerius, who appears to be a loyal fan of the truth. All the way from the Empire, your publication has an impressively wide readership. Our audience has always been universal. After all, the desire to know the unknown transcends all borders and creeds. The saucer was spotted during the Imperial War of Succession. Beyond that, there were no meaningful details. Then we must visit the soldier fellow in Garlemald and wring from him the entire tale. I agree. This is our only lead and we've no choice but to follow up on it. To Camp Broken Glass. God, the game does look so good at max graphics and with the Nvidia upscaling. Like, I'll have to get a picture later of how it looked before compared to how it looks now. Actually, I have plenty of screenshots from before that I could use. Everyone present and accounted for. We appear to be missing Master Delion. My apologies, but I had a hunch that I thought might save us some time. I spoke to some contingent officers, you see, and our Numerius is on the roster of allied Imperial troops. That does certainly make things easier. And were they able to point you in the direction of this Numerius chap's posting? Yes. Numerius is currently with his unit organizing the supply dump at Forum Patents. We should head over there and hope he can spare a few moments to talk. The chill here seeps right into your bones. How are you all not shivering in an unseasonal attire? Oh ho ho! A Manderville man on a mission feels neither heat nor cold. Also, I've been here before. I'm actually dressed rather nicely for the cold. I'm not sure how one's frame of mind can overcome the reality of frostbite, but then again, reality always seems relative around the Mandervilles. Like, I've got a nice... Like, my outfit's not bad for the cold. Like, sure, it's kind of like a crop top skirt, but I've got like an outer skirt for warmth. I got some close to knee-high socks, this cozy coat on. It's cold, but I could be dressed even worse, honestly. There are worse things I could be dressed in, like a bikini, for example. Because there are some people who are determined to wear the skimpiest outfits all the time in the game during story, even in summer that is abysmally cold. Hmm. Hello? Is there a Numerius here? I am Delion, the editor-in-chief of the Thapnarian Truth. I've come to follow up on your eyewitness account. The editor-in-chief himself, what an honor. I wish there was more to the story, but everything I know was in my submission. I've not left to tell. Unless you have something else to share. Didn't you say you saw the saucer as well? Oh, I did more than just see it. This was around the time when the fighting with Nerva's faction had escalated into all-out war, you understand. I'd been assigned to an anti-aircraft cannon and was actively surveying for enemies when this silver vessel flew into view. Some new kind of war machina, I presumed, so I opened fire and knocked it out of the sky. Presumed? Do you mean you never got a good look at the wreckage? We were at war. I wasn't about to venture onto the battlefield to indulge my curiosity. It's probably still out there somewhere. You have to find that flying, or should I say fallen, silvery saucer. Do you have an idea of where it crashed? Not an exact location, no. Then we'd best have the god's own luck. Garlemald's capital region encompasses malms and malms of icy wilderness. If I may, do you happen to remember the approximate speed and bearing of the saucer? And the position and firing angle of the cannon? More or less, I think. An artillerist without a head for numbers wouldn't be long for the profession. That should be sufficient, thank you. Huh? I have it. The starship impacted the Earth 1,360 yalms to the northeast of our current location, give or take a few yalms. Huh? How in the seven hells did you arrive at that conclusion? Elementary algebra, my dear Dillion. Assuming the craft belonging to Master Poo-Poo's comrade is of similar construction, determining its trajectory is trivial. Ah-ha-ha-ha. My brilliant clone, ladies and gentlemen. I was about to offer the self-same conclusion, but once again he has beaten me to the punch. Oh no, you weren't, you idiot. You were not about to offer anything even remotely close to a coherent thought. Hooray for Inspector Brendahild. Ah ha ha. I seem to have stolen my progenitor's thunder. My apologies. 1,360 or so yalms to the northeast of here. That improves the chances of our search from near hopeless to rather hopeful. Let's go and find this fallen saucer, shall we? Yeah, Hildibrand was not about to offer anything even remotely close to a fraction of a coherent thought. Oh god, it's the creepy little pervert, and then this guy again. The unfortunate part about flying with a skirt, it tends to upskirt a lot. I could just... Oh, looking at the cat's tummy is not gonna help any either. At least the alpaca doesn't upskirt me much. But we are sitting more upright on it. Not like leaning forward. This might be it. Scorched and twisted scrap of metal plating. A starship like Poo-Poo's could well have been reduced to a similar state were it hit by artillery rounds. Oh ho! What have you found there, Panifer? An exterior panel. This is from my friend's starship, I am sure of it. Debris from the crash landing. I see no other pieces in the immediate vicinity, which means the vessel may have weathered the barrage and made good its escape. Another possibility is that your comrade recovered most of the wreckage, or some as yet unknown party did. You're saying someone may have made off with a cosmic visitor, a saucer and all? I say, this is an altogether different kind of alien abduction. Has anyone seen Nashu? Now that you mention it, where is my loyal assistant? Help! You have to help. My beloved Miss Nashu has been kidnapped. It's you again. Some cad claiming to be an agent of Dr. Luge came and took her away. He told me to tell you, and I quote, "If you want your precious companion returned alive, then Panifer must present herself at the Tower of Babel. Specifically, the Magitech Servicing Facility, don't forget that part." The gall, the temerity, the audacity. A stalwart aide spirited away under my very nose. My apologies, but who are you? A close acquaintance of Nashu, I assume? Me? Oh, no, I wish. I mean, I just happened to be passing through. This snowfield. I'm a snowflake inspector, you see? No two alike and all that. Anyway, enough about me. You need to go and save Miss Nashu. Snowflake inspector, my ass. At last, a chance to stretch my legs. What say you, my son? Shall we get this rescue mission underway? Indeed, we shall. Oh, please don't strip down to your underwear yourself. Okay, they're just running, that's fine. They left without us, even though this doctor fellow asked for you by name. Curious. Not really, that's about the norm for this kind of stuff. I've collected what evidence remained of the crash, but solving this mystery will have to wait. The case of the abducted assistant calls. Oh god, what about... Okay, I have like 2 or 3 buttons that I gained above 90, so I should still have most of my rotation. At least it'll yell at me when I don't have anything I can push further. Wee hee hee. All shall fall before Supre Luge. With this new and improved body, revenge will finally be mine. You will release Nashu this instant. What are you two doing here? I specifically asked for the adventurer. Be gone before I unleash my fury prematurely. Oh ho ho, this promises to be a proper battle. I see no reason to trouble Panifer. We tackle this menace as father and son, the Manderville men together. Agreed. Okay, so his head's attached to that big body, but then there's those tiny little arms and legs attached to it as well. Bah, I'll not waste my appetite for vengeance on the side dishes. Hired thugs, time to earn your pay. Oh ho! A little warm-up before the main event. Get them! Okay, we're playing as Godbert instead of me. Okay, hammer. Drop kick. This is so fucking stupid, but I'm down. Hey, quit running! I'm trying to cast the fucking missile. This is absurd. God, these guys are tickling me. Like, they do so little damage. It's silly. Jesus Christ. This is insane. Okay, this is gonna be silly. Now's our chance. Victorious again. Mandible Generational Bonding Overdrive. Splat. Ah, things seem to be well in hand. Hee hee hee, don't get ahead of yourself. There you are, my loathsome nemesis. I saved something special just for you. Ow. Oh yeah, hell yeah, that's sick nasty moves. Get kicked, sucker. That was a lovely nap. Oh, did someone build a Magitech servicing facility while I was asleep? Nicely done, Inspector Brandehild. Once more, the clone has put the original to shame. Inspector, please. I am but a pale imitation of your ideal. Ha. I knew keeping company with the famous Pennifer would lead me a worthy challenge. Worthy of breaking a sweat, at least. You've done all the work for me. I didn't even get any fun. Ho ho ho! 'Twas rude of us not to share a slice of the action. Yet even vaunted champions such as yourself must rest their bodies and let others rise to the occasion from time to time. The villain is vanquished and Nashu is returned to us safe and sound. I safely head back to Ratanhan to regroup and rethink our position. Your comrade yet lives, Master Poo Poo. I am certain of it. Take heart and let us continue the search. To Garlemald and back have we journeyed, yet this is just the beginning of the case of the silent correspondent. Come, my friends, the shard of saucer we secured shall lead us onwards to new discoveries. Wait for me, Inspector. I don't know which way is onwards. I should follow him, shouldn't I? Wait for me! That bracing melee was just what the Chirurgeon ordered. A spot of exertion to stimulate the mind, and I find myself ready to grapple with the final points of forging again. Your assistance in this historic reproduction of Mandeville weaponry would be, as always, most welcome. Until our next meeting. Yeah, I can't wait to start the Dawn Troll relics. Thank you for assisting with my investigations, Panifer. Once again, our travels were rife with inexplicable phenomena, and yet I am no closer to exposing Poo-Poo's well-concealed conspiracy. He will slip up one day, though, and you and I will be there to catch him. Okay, 4 more quests to go. Yeah, that was indeed an odyssey and a half. It's only gonna get weirder from here. You took my coin and you failed. What audacity that you should return, seeking my largesse once more. I deserve your scorn, but I promise you, your plans are in danger so long as that tenacious pest yet lives. I know of a path to victory, a forbidden path, one which demands the manifestation of the divine. Also, howdy, howdy, Wumble. Welcome, welcome. You have my attention. Going to be hearing this a few more times. Hmm. Jennifer, eager to resume our investigations? I know I am. Do you recall that scrap of alien starship we recovered? Well, Inspector Brandehild has employed his unsettling calculative capacity to extrapolate the damage to the greater hull, and he has concluded that the vessel would be incapable of flight without extensive repairs. Our most likely scenario, then, is that some unknown agent made off with starship wreckage along with Poo-Poo's acquaintance. Fortunately, I have a fair idea who that unknown agent might be. After all, there is a singularly shadowy cabal with a history of concealing extraterrestrial activity. Actually, let's head over to Kama first. The Inspector and the others are staying at a dwelling there, and I'd rather not explain myself twice. You creepy little shit. You perverted little motherfucker, what are you doing here? Tis horrible misfortune, Jennifer. Calamitous, even. Poor Master Poo-Poo has fallen gravely ill. He's so bluish-green. More so, I mean. Could he have caught a cold? I suppose it was quite chilly up there in Garlemald. Poo-Poo is an alien. Who knows what extraterrestrial diseases might be ravaging his body? Nashu's delights are the best medicine for whatever ails you, as the Inspector himself can attest. Good gods, Nashu, you'll blow our host's domicile to pieces. Put them away. Don't use bombs inside. Bad idea. If I may. When I was cloned from the Inspector, certain gaps in my knowledge were patched with supplementary data from the Starship's archives. This information included an encyclopedic understanding of Master Poo-Poo's physiology, which should be sufficient for me to diagnose his condition. A Xenoman hybrid mind. That explains the impossible calculations. I have it. Master Poo-Poo was afflicted by a terrible case of the common cold. Gods grant me strength. As a visitor to Aetheris, Master Poo-Poo has no prior exposure to our maladies. He is thus particularly susceptible to infection and more likely to experience severe symptoms. Aha! 'Tis just as I surmised. We must put aside the case until we have nursed our stricken companion back to health. But even if it is a common cold, isn't there a risk that our medicines do him more harm than good? They almost certainly would. Based on the results of my analysis, however, I believe I can synthesize an effective remedy. We need but to gather the ingredients. Then ingredients you shall have. So, what are we gathering exactly? Most of what we require can be drawn from Master Poo-Poo's collected samples. Otherwise, there are only two which we lack. The first of these is the liver of a giant tortoise. A suitable organ can be extracted from one of the cachapa or which wander salt winds welcome. The slaughtering of a monstrous opponent. That sounds like a job for Panifer. I'll go bully a turtle. The other material in question is a rare fungus known as a damp shroom, which I am hoping can be found among the Great Work's extensive stock of alchemical reagents. Very well. Nashu, Delian, and I will scour the alchemist's shelves. Meanwhile, I would ask that you remain here and keep an eye on our ailing patient. Inspector Brandahill, you're such an expert on all things Thavnair. Oh, I wouldn't say expert. Simple conclusions from simple observations, nothing more. As I said, I am hoping the alchemists have the damp shroom we need, but it really is quite rare. Once you have the tortoise liver, would you be so kind as to assist the others in procuring the fungus? Then let us not prolong Master Poo-Poo's suffering a moment longer. It seems we have a job to do. Further discussion of the abduction will have to wait. Alright, I need to push that. And now I can start smacking things. And it's dead. One push and it is dead. Easy. Panifer, I had every confidence you would bring us a suitable liver. Alas, the dank shroom yet eludes us. The alchemist said the fungus has few applications, so they don't bother to stock it most of the time. And I must put my keen inspector sense to work. Stand back whilst I attune myself to the essence of the dank. Damp. The word is damp shroom, and you'll forgive me if I have no faith in your abilities. 'Tis close, my friends, and getting closer and closer even as we speak. I hear you folk are in the market for damp shrooms. I might have some to sell if you're interested. But how? We certainly are, my fine fellow. Right then, it shall give me a moment to retrieve the goods so we can finalize our transaction up on the perfumed rise. Was it genuine clairvoyance or sheer coincidence? I'm not sure anymore. Though in all fairness, when it comes to Inspector Hildibrand, preternatural perception is one of his least baffling talents. In any case, we should hurry up to the rise and take this man up on his timely offer. I still hate this creepy little shit who's just hiding and watching. Yeah, he's a peeping Tom, and all he cares about is Nashu, and he's been following her since we started the Hildibrand quest. He's a creep. You're here. Good, good. And here is the damn shroom as promised. Oh ho! Glad we are for your assistance. Ta-ta. Not so fast. There is still the matter of payment. Of course, and how much do we owe you, my good man? Considering the extreme rarity of the fungus in question, I couldn't let it go for less than 1 million gil. 1 million gil for one measly mushroom? That's outright robbery. A bargain, I counter. You would pay tenfold my price in the markets. I thought to do you a kindness in light of your urgent need, but I am more than willing to find another buyer if you wish to spit upon my generosity. Nashu, how fair are we for coin? We're plumb out, Inspector. Then this is a prickly pickle. Where are we to obtain sufficient funds at such short notice? Don't look at me, I don't even have 200,000. Oh my god. I, have an orchestrion roll collecting problem. Gotta buy them all. Spent the last of my savings and returned to... I mean, I would in fact spend my money on that because it's such a good song. That is in fact something I would do. Spend all my money on music. If that's the way of it, then I shall beg Father for the necessary amount. Saving Master Poo-Poo's life is worth every gil. Give that man nothing. We have you now, you deceitful scum. Your swindling days are over. Yeah, Penny has money until she finds something she wants to spend it on, and then she has no money. Radzat Han City Guard at your service. We'd received reports of this man's questionable activities and have been keeping a close eye on him ever since. Damp shroom is a rare find in the bazaar, to be sure, but only because there's no real demand for it. The price this charlatan quoted you was, quite frankly, ludicrous. But thanks to your ignorance and forgeries of character, we were able to catch him in the act. As a token of our gratitude, you are welcome to keep the fungus, assuming you still want it. Yes, very much so. That is very, magnanimous of you. You think I enjoyed tricking fools out of their coin? If that bastard hadn't declared my job redundant, I wouldn't have needed to stoop so low. He blames a rising star among the merchant princes for his woes. Van Hoody, I believe his name was, purchased the trading consortium where the man was working, which led to a restructuring of the hierarchy, put a lot of people out of work. Van Hoody. I know that name. Something about an acquisitions deal gone sour. Father was willing to sell him a slice of his Hannish enterprise, I think, but balked when the man offered to buy our family business in its entirety. Truly, there's no telling how deep the coffers of this Van Hoody are, nor do any know the secret of how he amassed such kingly wealth so damnably fast. There are whispers, though, that he's solved alchemy's oldest and most legendary of problems, the transmutation of base metal into gold. Unlikely to say the least, but whatever the source of Van Hoody's riches, he shows no reluctance in spending them. He's bought a historic temple to service his home, and commissioned a private airship, among other extravagant expenditures. Nice for some, eh? That swindling case had barely started before you solved it, Inspector. Ha 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 ha. All in a day's work, my dear Nashu. I believe our business upon this scented hill is concluded. Let us hurry the ingredients back to Inspector Branderhill, shall we? I may have mollified his lordship with the secrets of divine manifestation, but the stench of failure yet clings to me. I must redeem myself in his eyes by crushing my most hated foe. Wee hee hee. Eventually, I need to start grinding out the deep dungeons, because you can get some really rare goodies from those that sell for a lot. Like the Night Pegasus mount, which is a really pretty mount, but is also a very hard to get drop. So it always sells for a lot of money. Inspector Hildibrand tells me you have delivered to go along with his damp shroom. A fine specimen, thank you. I will be mixing the ingredients in the starship, so let us convey Master Poo-Poo outside that we may administer his medicine as soon as it is ready. This should be sufficiently remote. I'll have the craft come to us, and we can commence the treatment. Oh, I feel so much better. I cannot thank you all enough. Master Poo-Poo recovered his strength in mere moments. It would seem his powers of recuperation are just as advanced as his technology. I came here from another world, a stranger you've no cause to trust, and yet you've treated me so kindly. The people of this store are so very welcoming. Ha, you are our dear friend now, Master Poo-Poo. 'Tis our pleasure to help. And it will be my pleasure to harm. I'll not fall for the same trick twice. Huh? Eh? Impudent worms, taste my full power. Kobe.
Oh.
Kobe. Get dunked on. And it's perfectly fine. It just walks away. It's like, this is fine. This is just normal. Oh my god, that little pervert is holding up some plants pretending to be in a bush. It's not even convincing. Yeah, Jordan ain't got nothing on me. But yeah, that little shit, it's not even convincing. He's holding up some twigs and branches, trying to pretend he's in a bush. You took the full force of that destructive beam, yet there you stand, somewhat singed but apparently unharmed. I've pondered and puzzled over this inexplicable fortitude of yours and feel compelled to ask, are you an alien? Yeah, look at that little shit back there. She's got some branches. Ahaha, a fine jest, but I assure you I am without a doubt an Uldon-born Manderville of terrestrial Huron stock. He's Hildibrand, agent of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. What more do you need to know? Where to even begin? But never mind, we have more pressing matters. Such as locating Master Poo-Poo's missing comrade. 'Tis time we reopened the case of the silent correspondent. Yes, exactly. Honestly, yeah. And I have a firm theory as to who it was that took the wreckage and its erstwhile pilot. The Charlians? Okay, my guy, you're still unbelievably stupid. I'm all but certain they've allied with insidious extraterrestrials, which means they'll be under orders to remove any evidence of alien activity. I wager we'll find what we're looking for in Old Charlian. We need only infiltrate their operations and expose this nefarious conspiracy. The Charlians can't be bothered to formally ally with foreign nations, much less aliens, and the Loporits don't count. You're so stupid, my guy. While Master Delian's theory does lack supporting facts, we have no other promising leads to pursue at present. Moreover, I understand that Charlian set the standard for monitoring astronomical and astrological phenomena. Mayhap their experts have been tracking extraterrestrial movements. I've spoken out of turn. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Nay, my friend. I too sense our path points to the Isle of Archons. Pack your bags, everyone. We leave for Charlene immediately. Okay, 3 more quests of this insanity. Ooh. Charlian awaits. We need only charter a suitable sea vessel. Of course, but does not the city lie many days' sail to the north? Is there no swifter means of reaching our destination? So this experimental aetherite will allow us to teleport thither even absent attunement? Splendid! Then we shall avail ourselves of the technological marvel forthwith. Well, you guys can. I'm already attuned. I'm just gonna head there and... Actually, no. It is cheaper to take that, I think. I don't want to spend 1,500 money on that. I could probably just head here, because I think that's where it was. Be a next side quest, punting that little perverted shithead into the distance. Okay, I guess we are, going the long way back. As I don't know if Razadhan has an airship landing. Okay, it might. No, there is an airship landing. We'll take the airship. That'll be significantly faster or less expensive, at least. And spending 1,500 money on teleporting. Right, yeah, I just need to work on getting more, Aetherites tickets, which is not super hard. Hopefully it takes me where I want to go. No it doesn't. That's pain. I mean, I could go to Linsa and then take the boat to... I'll just use an airship ticket, honestly. I have 25 to spare, and I'll get more quickly. Is that perverted shithead hiding anywhere around here? Not that I immediately see. Oh, there he is. And he's barfing his guts. Good. Suffer. Suffer and perish. So this is the city of learning. A sophisticated gentleman should feel right at home here. How are you all not sick to your stomachs? Because I've done this before? Experimental aetherites make travel exponentially more fun. Sometimes I feel as though I am the only normal person in this group of eccentrics. Nah, I'm perfectly normal. I've just learned not to question things. This is not the time to succumb to nausea. Not here in the belly of the beast. Rumor has it the Charlene's secret agents travel the star in search of specimens, which they collect and bring home in service to a confidential research project. Said project is conducted in a huge underground military facility. If we're to find answers, then that's where we need to look. It's not a military facility. Labyrinthos, not a military facility, and they're gleaners. I say, this Labyrinthos sounds promising. I say we head down there and make inquiries as to the whereabouts of our missing alien friend. We simply take a lift from the Hall of the Artifice, yes? Then let us be on our way. Yeah, the emotes are something that I love that WoW never had, because like WoW has some emotes, like dances and stuff, but it doesn't have this many emotes. Much less like expressive emotes unique to each race. It's so nice. And that they just constantly add more emotes to the game for funsies. Like each of the races in WoW has one dance, a single dance different based on gender. But here we have like countless dances, like So, like, I could do the bee's knees, the Manderville dance, the Manderville mambo, the Thavnarian dance, and I can acquire so many more dances easily. Like, you can buy them on the market board, you can get them on the online store. God, the Moogle dance is a really cute one, but I have to do the Moogle quests for that, and that is a lot of, side questing. It's also weekly limited side questing, but I will do it eventually. Well, daily and weekly limited. I will do it eventually. But past that, of the ones I currently have, I like the Thavnarian dance. It's simple. And I can always hit up the market board and get more dances and emotes. Ah, these must be the lifts in question. In fact, I might do that real quick before we head down. Do you wish to descend into Labyrinthos, madame? My apologies, but each of your companions must also secure the proper permissions before we can allow them entrance. If it is assurances you need, then surely a single glance is all we require to judge us trustworthy. I would not describe this motley crew as trustworthy in any way, shape, or form. Outside of this fine gentleman on the right, and the little alien friend. I could certainly make some judgments, but that is neither here nor there. Admission to Labyrinthos is subject to foreign policy. You're the ones who should be judged. I know you're hiding aliens and xenotechnology in that underground base of yours, admit it. Xenotechnology? I sincerely have no idea what you're talking about. Oh ho! Yet again, you are paths crossed in most serendipitous fashion. Father, what business brings you to Charlian? I am in search of a certain object, one crucial to the continued refinement of the Mander-Mander-Manderville weaponry. My investigations lead me to believe it is to be found here in Labyrinthos. And as you also seem to have business down below, this is my son and his bosom companions. If I vouch for their character, will you kindly allow them to board the lift? Master Godbert Mandeville, the Forum sent word of your impending arrival. As a member of the Syndicate, your ambassadorial status affords you an entourage of up to 5 members. Try consider their permissions arranged. I know not your current mission, but for the time being, I suggest you accompany me to the Archeon. No, you're not following us, you perverted little shit. Yeah, get cockblocked, sucker. Yeah, get cockblocked, you can't follow us. He got cockblocked so hard right there. You love to see it. Oh right, do I not have flying? Right, I need to do the quests here. Well, we're not traveling very far, so this is fine. Yeah, he's trying to follow her, like, Nashu in. She doesn't know who he is. Like, I don't even think she's seen him even once. Yet he insists that he is her true love. He is a creepy little pervert. And so I'm glad he got cock-blocked. I'm glad he got cucked out of coming down here. Yeah, there's exactly 5 people outside of me. I have been here before, so I don't have to get vouched for. And the other 5 were vouched for, so yeah, he can't get in, sucker. Yeah, absolutely, he belongs in the cuck chair. From what Father tells me, this storage facility is replete with samples and specimens collected from every land on Aetheris. If anyone has information concerning visiting aliens and crashed starships, it will be these studious folk. A shiny silver saucer. I'm sorry, but we have no record of any such object in our archives, either whole or in part. Oh, sir, you would have us believe. But the purpose of this complex, this military fortress, is plain. You cannot deny that you're conducting secret research on alien starships. We are not conducting secret research on alien starships. Yes, we did build a starfaring vessel in Thomazane, but it was neither for military purposes nor of extraterrestrial origin. Disguising your foul lies with a sprinkling of the truth, are we? Fine. I'll dig up the facts myself, and then everyone will hear what you're really up to. While I cannot assist you with your missing craft, I do recall seeing an individual of like appearance to your companion here. You do? And where was this, pray tell? At Mariel Ergonomics. In the medial circuit. The lift at the back of the building will take you down there. Many thanks, my good man. Well, well, it seems you found yourself a solid lead. I have my own search to attend to, so I shall bid you good hunting and good day. Another round of in-depth inquiries by Agent of Inquiry and Friends is in order. To Mariel Ergonomics or Agronomics we go. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up seeing that little shithead down here anyway. But I hope he's not allowed to follow us, and that we get a little break from him for once. Okay, for a second I was gonna be like, is this them? Nope, that's just an actual employee. Yeah, I definitely need to work on finishing up getting flying here. Thankfully, it's just 3 quests. I think it's just these 3. But that'll be easy to do off-stream. And then there should only be 1 place I don't have flying yet. I have it all here, here, everywhere but here. Everywhere here. The last place I won't have flying is the Sea of Clouds, and I refuse to go back to the Sea of Clouds. That place is evil. Your description would lead me to believe you're looking for one of Mandragora's hereabouts. But if, as you say, it's something else you're after, then I'm not sure if I can be of much help. I've only just started working here, so you may have more luck asking the older hands. Ah, you must be talking about one of those new Mandragora strains. We whipped up a batch of bright blue stray onions, but I'm afraid they started to rot almost immediately. Not a mandra, you say? Well, the only other bluish things I can think of around here are the grapes. Look how luscious this crop turned out. I remember when Endwalker first came out and the grapes were square, so everybody just refers to them as the squapes. Because they weren't as rounded looking as this, they were literally like square shaped, so everybody just called them the square grapes or the squapes, and it was funny. But then they updated it so that they are no longer square. Which is a shame, because the square grapes were iconic. Yes, the little blue man. Saw him with my own 2 eyes. I did, and it was no mandragora. A gleaner in the company of an outside visitor passed through a little while back. Nothing too unusual there, only this, friend you described was scuttling along with them. I know not what purpose brought them to the farm, but whatever it was, they didn't tarry here long. Wonderful. That corroborates the information I but moments ago skillfully squirreled out of this farmer. She claims to be an acquaintance of the gleaner in question and, in fact, Anne will bring him to talk to us shortly. Let's round up the others. We should all be present to hear what revelations this professional collector has to share. You're the folk asking about the little blue man, yes? Oh, and you've brought someone who's practically identical. You must be the same species, surely. My friend was really here then. They certainly were. If you've a moment or 3, I'll tell you the whole tale. To begin at the beginning, I was in Thavnir on a procurement mission when I crossed paths with an apothecary and his unusual companion. As I mentioned, the companion was almost your twin in appearance, and the wagon they rode upon bore a damaged vessel the likes of which I'd never seen before. Could it be? As a collector by trade, I have a certain weakness for oddities, thus did I hail the apothecary to inquire after his company and his cargo. The man was only too happy to share his story. He had, it seemed, quite recklessly plunged into the war-torn lands of Garlemald to sell his wares, reasoning that where there was conflict, there would be a need for medicinal goods. The state of affairs was rather more volatile than he'd anticipated, however, and he was soon forced to abandon his venture. And so the apothecary began his long trek home, only to shortly thereafter discover a strange, silvery ship, and its shaken pilot crash-landed in a snowfield. It cannot be a coincidence. The story continues. After extricating the battered vessel and its occupant from the snow, he brought them home to Radzat-Han. His guest wished to make repairs to the craft, yet even amongst the wonders of the bazaar, they struggled to find suitable parts. Hearing this, I suggested they bring the wreckage itself to Labyrinthos, and after they agreed to the idea, I escorted them here myself. Alas, even the Thamazane engineers who worked on the Ark were stymied by the exotic ship, finding its technology impossible to comprehend, let alone replicate. The little blue fellow eventually resorted to drafting schematics. While the engineers followed these step by step to craft the essential bits and bobs, the apothecary and his companion were waiting here in Marial. And then what happened? Well, once our industrious visitor had what they needed, they repaired the vessel in a twinkling. The pair then departed almost immediately, and I've seen neither hide nor hair of them since. I'm told the apothecary paid a handsome sum for the engineer's services, but being typical Charlians, I wager they would have happily forfeited the coin for a chance to pore over every square ilm of that ship. Now, I'm no scientist, but I'm beginning to think such an incredible vessel must have been some kind of starfaring craft, and that little blue man, well, he must have been an alien from another world. Gasp! Or so I'd like to believe. I'm an avid reader of the Thavnarian truth, you see, and love to entertain these idle flights of fancy. But I've rambled on too long. There are errands to attend to, and I really must take my leave. Good fortune to you. Can it be true? I have a readership in Charlian? Perhaps I've misjudged these people. Well, of course you have. You're an idiot. 'Twould seem your comrade is hale and healthy, Master Poo-Poo, and in the company of a Hannish alchemist of undisclosed description. Yes, this is wonderful news. I am grateful indeed that we made the journey. I have a feeling this case will soon draw to a close. Come, let us return to Rattadhan and continue the search. Okay, so we can take a little bit of a detour to go shopping at the market board. Ooh, what weapon is that? Courtly Lovers... Oh, that might be one of the new relics, because I don't recognize what the Augmented Thermosis is. Let's see. Ballroom etiquette. Delighted. I don't have nearly enough of that. Stomp. I don't have 8 million and a quarter money to spend. Rage. I mean, I might be able to... I think I have enough with my retainer that I can snag that. Twirl. Oh, well, I'm gonna need to figure out where I get that from. Oh, that's expensive. I really need to start farming out money. Humble Triumph. Reference, I don't have... Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get Rage. I'm just gonna bother my retainer for some money, because I do have a little bit. Yeah, 220... I was selling stuff before. What am I selling currently? That's not... What's the price on this anyway? Of course people tanked the price, so I'm gonna tank it even further. Let's go 800 a pop. If y'all are gonna tank the price, I'm gonna tank it even further. So let's see, I need... I'll just take out 100,000 even. And now we can inquire... Oh no, that's... Okay, that's a little more expensive. I need a little bit more money. Let's take... That'll leave 80,000 there, but I can build up again. This is... We're at the end of the current expansion. I can make money easy. That one was bearing insult. No. Okay, let's see what the rage emote looks like. Okay, that's a good one. We're just so unbelievably mad. Yeah, I'm gonna use that the next time I see that perverted little shithead. Next time I see his dumb face, I'm going to use that. Because it is fitting. Rage. But yeah, it should take us maybe an hour or more to finish up the rest of this and then the next two quests, and then that'll be stream. To summarize our findings, we now know Master Poo-Poo's friend is safe and in the company of a Hannish gentleman, and possibly here on this very isle. Oh ho, that does sound promising. Father, you've returned to the city. I trust this means your own investigation was successful. That it was. Although laying hands on the object of my desire has been a long and frustrating ordeal to say the least. Much painstaking research revealed to me the existence of a hereditary Mander-Mander relic, within which slumbers the secrets of weapon augmentation. Yet, though I turned our ancestral home upside down, I failed to unearth the artifact in question. The reasons for its absence became clear when I chanced upon the journal of one of our forefathers. He wrote of a visiting scholar's keen interest in the relic, and how he thus surrendered it into Charlene's safekeeping for study. The trail led me to Labyrinthos, and as it turns out, the Charlenes never did find the time to conduct their analysis. The custodian and I found the curio tucked away in a dusty corner of the Archeon, still awaiting processing. And here it is, an oddity every bit as perplexing as Godbrand's cipher-bound manual. How are we to liberate its hidden wisdom? Oh, I can help you with that. These devices were made by the Mander-Villians, a starfaring race with whom we once traded. Starfaring? Mander-Villians? Yes, a highly evolved species with a mastery of advanced technologies. Our people shared ideas and inventions, so I am quite familiar with your family's relic. If you so wish, I can have the device project whatever images were stored upon it. A darkened room would afford us the clearest view, however. Then let us retire to our rooms and and dim the lanterns. We must behold these secrets in optimal conditions. There you are, you little shithead. Mander-Villians. A coincidental naming, or is there some deeper connection? Everyone comfortable? Let's see what the device has for us. I am Hildibrand, Wanderer of Stars and Weaponsmith Extraordinaire. First Lord of House Manderville. This is the Hildibrand, our founding father. I record this message that my descendants may know the truth of their cosmic origins. The tale is long, but I bid you watch until the very end. Heirs of mine, I am not a man born of the start, or even a man at all. I am of the Mander-Villians, a race which hails from the far side of the Great Expanse. My fucking god, the faces. Mander-Villians are parasitic symbionts. We can only survive by bonding with other life forms. Once our essence has taken root, we supplant the host's mind and strengthen its physical structures, imbuing our new form with a steel-like resilience. I knew there was something alien about that impossible imperviousness. Then, through the conjoining of compatible host bodies, we produce offspring which harbor the next generation of Mander-Villians. This symbiotic variant eventually takes to the stars in search of potential new vessels, adapting and multiplying. So it was that our race proliferated and spread throughout the cosmos. Until, tragically, our flourishing civilization was brought to an abrupt end. Every planet upon which we Mander-Villians resided was visited by an inexplicable calamity. Our societies were brought to ruin by life forms suddenly twisted into horrific nightmares. That sounds rather familiar. So even stars far removed in time and space were ravaged by the final days. Desperate to avoid the same fate, a comrade and I boarded a ship and fled upwards into the starry sky. We flew and flew until we found a planet, your planet, untouched by the phenomenon, but the rigors of the journey had so damaged our craft that we were forced to make an uncontrolled descent. I alone crawled from the wreckage, badly injured and near death, but even as I resigned myself to perishing on this unfamiliar world, I was found by a man who had come looking for the falling star. As a rule, Mander-Villians do not take intelligent life forms for hosts. After hearing my story, however, this sympathetic gentleman offered to become my vessel of his own accord. He was himself afflicted by an incurable malady and with little time left to live, seemed content to know that his ailing body could provide safe haven for another. With his blessing, I set about transferring my essence. The man's form was revitalized and purged of its fatal frailty, yet the mind which dwelled within was now my own. I went on to build a new home for myself here, making use of my people's technology to ply the blacksmith's trade. I wed a local lass, and together we had a child. Although not pure Mander-Villian, our offspring exhibits the same enhanced physiology. A boon I suspect shall be passed down for generations through the bloodline of House Manderville. My dear descendants, the folk of the star are most fragile. Yet as the first man I encountered did demonstrate, they are nevertheless capable of surpassing love and generosity. As the last of the Mandervillians, I have but one request to make of you. Pray employ your superlative attributes, and my armory of Manderville armaments, for the benefit of these wonderful peoples whom I hold in the highest regard. What an astounding development. Oh my god. I, Hildibrand Maximilian Manderville, shall heed the passionate plea of my illustrious forebear. No case is too big nor too small should it be in service to my fellow man. He learns he's descended from an extraterrestrial being and it's still business as usual. Of course it is. But wait a minute. Then why is Lady Julian so monstrously strong? Is she a descendant of aliens too? Well, well, this is most unexpected. Never did it cross my mind that our esteemed ancestor might hail from beyond the heavens. But I do wonder if that selfsame blood still runs thick in our veins. The family tree I glanced over some years ago suggests that... but 'tis unimportant. My present purpose remains unchanged. I will bring our Manderville weaponry to the peak of perfection for Godbrand and for the good of our star. Before I forget, I have a gift for you, Pennifer. Pray await me at the Aetherite Plaza and I shall bring it to you forthwith. Some truths can shatter the foundations of our beliefs when brought to light, but I have to say, this wasn't one of them. The more staggering discovery was that I have devoted readers in Charlian. Those who peruse my publication are allies against the ever-expanding webs of lies and deception, without exception. I have misjudged the Charlian people. They are not collaborators or the architects of conspiracy. They are but seekers of knowledge, unafraid to plumb the depths of the unknown. That Master Poo-Poo, though, that one still has ulterior motives. I'd bet my life on it. Stand ready, for we shall have need of your strength when he shows his true colors. I hope you've not been waiting long. This is the gift I mentioned. Master Poo-Poo's earnest quest inspired me to indulge in a spot of clockwork craftsmanship between weaponsmithing sessions. I thought it only fitting that you be the one to care for this diminutive simulacrum. Consider it a memento of your adventures together. As for a Manderville weaponry project, your assistance is still very much welcome whensoever you can spare the time. Until then, my dear Pennifer. 2 more quests, let's go! Lord of Venahudi, I come with ill tidings. Professor Lugate set an ambush for his nemesis, but was once more defeated. His current whereabouts are unclear. That blithering dolt. No matter. Preparations are well underway. The manifestation will proceed as planned. Jennifer, you're just in time to assist in my latest fact-finding expedition. Our recent foray into Charlene revealed that Poo-Poo's friend was in the company of a Hannish alchemist, yes? As such, I was inspired to do some preliminary legwork here in Thavnir. I contacted my usual sources for local settings of alien phenomena, but alas, they had none to share. I have thus switched tactics and decided to track down this alchemist fellow instead. Surely someone will have heard the tale of an apothecary bold enough to set up shop on a Garlean battlefield. The Inspector and the others have been pursuing a similar line of inquiry, yet have found no leads here in the city or at the Great Work. I believe they've moved their investigation to Yedlamad, so I suggest we hurry over and join them. I cannot have that little blue man muddying the waters when we're so close to grasping his master plan. Again, my guy, you're insane. I see the two of you are eager as ever to observe my inspectorial genius at work. The long-term fans are often the most ardent. As a matter of fact, we were just about to continue our investigation into the alchemist we know to have been traveling with Master Poo-Poo's comrade. I mean, that is to say, I am merely following in the inspector's wake. You needn't be so modest, my dear Inspector Brandehild. 'Tis wrong of me to comport myself as an equal to you all in any respect, for I am but a copy, and a flawed one at that. Stuff and nonsense. Clone or not, self-deprecation is unbecoming in a Manderville man. Exactly, the things you can do are amazing. Oh, I don't know about that. 'Twas you who saved Pennifer from certain doom, was it not? While not quite as alacritous as mine, your rapid reasoning is nevertheless quite effective. 'Tis kind of you to accept me, rough edges and all. I only hope my meager contributions are of some small assistance. Too modest by half. I'd say his mental faculties far surpass those of the original. That's enough chin-wagging amongst ourselves, I think. Let us spread out and learn what the locals know of this adventurous apothecary. Oh, Greg, there goes the pervert. If I could kick you into the distance, I would. I would punch you to the moon. You creepy little shit. Do I know any apothecaries? In Razathan? Of course, more than I can count. I've not heard tell of anyone peddling such goods in the heart of the Empire, though. Seems like a terrible idea to me, what with civil war raging and the world almost ending. Situation's improved in recent days, but even so, the Radiant host still has to provide security for cargo shipments. A lone merchant trading there alone? Impossible. Yay! The stuff I'm selling sold! Hooray! I knew putting it up for dirt cheap would work. I know of many merchants who travel abroad to ply their wares, but none who have business in Garlemald. You'd have to be mad or desperate indeed to consider setting up shop in that troubled land. I mean, word is we've signed some kind of trade agreement with the Garleans. But it's still not the kind of place where one simply wanders in and opens a street stall. Yes, I know the one of whom you speak. A fellow fisherman told me of a friend of his, an apothecary, who set off for war-torn Garlemald to sell his medicines. A reckless fool, if you ask me. I've no interest in the affairs of such men, but you do, I take it. So, I suggest you head to Usakiyik and hear the tale for yourself. Look for a red-haired lad there gathering shellfish. Ah, Hennifer, I hope your questioning has borne fresher fruit than mine. Oh ho! A good friend of the alchemist in question, you say? Then let us gather the troops and pay a visit to this felicitous fisherman. The story of my apothecary friend? Oh, you must mean Baharasov. Well, I was near enough to calling it a day anyway, so here's what I can tell you. Baharasov comes from a very poor family and, growing up, never had much in the way of money or possessions. I suppose those experiences are what led to his lifelong obsession with gaining wealth. After trying his hand at a succession of trades, he decided alchemy would earn him the most gil, but his stock never sold as well as he hoped. So when he heard about the internal strife in Garlemald, he saw it as a golden opportunity. Surely the middle of a war was the best place to sell medicines. Heh, more like the best place for near-death experiences. He soon gave up on his Garlemald venture, but while one would have expected him to return lamenting his ill fortune, Baharasov was practically euphoric when I saw him again. A God's given blessing he'd found in the snowfields had given him much cause to celebrate. He said he'd learned how to create gold. I must admit I laughed at first. But then he showed me a gleaming mountain of the stuff. Enough to proclaim himself a merchant prince. He even changed his name to Van Hoody, a word which brings to mind the bounty of the divine. A name I have heard. He's the rising star in the markets, is he not? The one snapping up commercial ventures left and right? Yes, Van Hoody has certainly made his ambitions known here in Thavnair, especially when he attempted to purchase the entire port of Hildibrand. The dockmasters declined to sell, of course, but when it comes to buying historical landmarks, a bottomless purse can open surprising doors. Last I heard, he'd converted the Gilded Araya into a private abode and has been filling it with every rare treasure his gold can secure. He pays out particularly large sums for artworks depicting the goddess Asura. I remember him being a fervent worshipper of hers even as a child. I've encountered much Manusia and murder lore in Radzenhan, yet I recall no mention of this Asura. Well, that's hardly surprising. As a deity of war, she is not well loved by the common folk. Baharasov is different though. He sees life as a constant battle to amass wealth, and it is to Asura whom he prays for victory. And damn me if she didn't listen. That once poor boy became merchant royalty, a man far too rich and important now to afford more than a fleeting moment for simple fishermen, even those who were once dear friends. If you'll excuse me, I really must leave it at that. These clams won't sell themselves, you know. How about that, eh? Our sought-after apothecary and the upstart merchant prince were one and the same. Might we assume the blessing he stumbled upon in Garlemald was a certain alien craft and its occupant? Sorry to intrude, but aren't you the hero who helped us when folk were turning into beasts? Well, some nasty-looking creatures just showed up outside town. One of our guards went to confront it, but I don't like her odds against that thing. This sounds like a case for Inspector Hildibrand. Come, friends, let us investigate forthwith. More like you're going to get yourself killed and I'm going to put myself in danger to save you. And there goes the little pervert. 10 bucks says when we eventually starts the Dawn Trail Hildibrand quest, he's going to be there as well. it's you again. I thought you destroyed that monster. I thought I did too, or they did. I didn't get much chance to do anything to it. I have the situation under control, citizens. This individual bears a strong resemblance to a known fugitive, so I thought it prudent to investigate. Regrettably, he has proven less than forthcoming with answers. How many times must we teach you the same lesson, Shiny Skull Man? Lesson? What are you on about? Bah, cease this babbling and get out of my way. Lord Van Hootie's orders are to cause trouble at the port, and I'm running behind schedule. Van Hootie? The merchant who tried to buy Hildibrand, so he put you up to this? Curses. How did you manage to deduce our dastardly plan? You literally just said it, my guy. You blurted it out. Silence. No one who learns of our scheme can be suffered to live. Prepare to be squashed, meddlesome worms. I kicked your butt once before, I'll do it again. Nope, he comes in. That's fine. I'll let him do it. He's better at it. Oh, but there's multiple of him. Well, he's still better at it. He'll do it faster. 3 more Sinister Skullmen? Was the doctor a quadruplet? Oh, and Mrs. Manderville is here as well. Let's go. Let the lady kick some ass. I'm down. 'Cause she is a demon. She is quite frankly a demon, and I don't want to get on her bad side. Mother? Vexatious vermin, this'll soften you up. Yeah, nice try, sucker. I'll turn this frying pan into a drying pan. Or more like a dyeing pan, honestly. With what it's gonna be used for. Bah, a lucky hit. Wanna go again? Oh, I missed. Oh, but it hit that, and it's gonna hit them. This is a series of events. Well, he caught it somehow. So, maybe throw it? Or don't throw it. That's fine, too. Oh god, this guy's throwing a temper tantrum. One last pitch. And I won't miss this time. God, they should give us the frying pan as a weapon glamour for everything. Just let us use the frying pan for everything. Unlimited heavy hitter special. Let's go, baby. I'm gonna have to watch this cutscene again later and get a picture of that, because that is sick. But that was my fastball. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Try some more, sucker. I've come to expect father-studded appearances, but what brings you here, Mother? A proposition from that merchant Van Hootie, as a matter of fact. I'm accompanying your dad as a manager from Mander-Mander-Manderville, and we were just on our way to the bloke's mansion. I've already refused Master Van Hootie once before when he tried to buy out our commercial empire. This time, however, the deal concerns offloading a quantity of gold at wholesale prices. 'Tis quite an attractive offer, considering fine jewelry is our stock in trade, and we thought to at least listen to his proposal. But if he would purposefully command his lackeys to disturb the peace of a public port, we can't do business with a thug like that. Absolutely not. Where did all those lackeys come from in the first place? Is there a hulking, weaponized brute manufacturer around here somewhere? Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo-woo. As I suspected, my ship's vaporization beam is configured to expunge only replicated matter. So you can copy inorganic materials as well. How interesting. Once the matter duplication facility has analyzed an object's molecular structure, it can generate any number of copies. Yet it cannot create matter from nothing. A requisite supply of aether must be on hand to facilitate the process. Core, you sure do know a lot, Inspector Brandhill, even alien starships. Tis no great achievement. As I've mentioned, the gaps in my knowledge were patched with data from the starship's own archives, which included the vessel's full schematics and functions. Assuming I understand this correctly, is it possible Van Hootie is using the repaired alien craft to replicate piles and piles of gold? We share the same suspicion, Master Delian. To my knowledge, no other method exists that can reliably produce precious metals. Of course, 'tis the obvious conclusion. That being the case, one might further assume that Van Hootie is either threatening or deceiving Master Poo-Poo's comrade in order to gain access to the vessel's superior technology. Our course of action is clear. We march right up to this gold spawner's front door and demand the release of his extraterrestrial hostage. It's just like the gold sellers online that you can pay money to get cheap gold from or gill. Except that's illegal. That is against the terms of service, and those people get banned quickly. We must confront this malicious merchant at once. If your heart's set on confrontation, then you may as well come with us. Van Hootie's invitation included a private airship flight to his new estate. We still need to formally reject his deal anyways, and his pilot will be waiting. Because, like, in the major cities, especially Limsa, if you are able to somehow glitch your camera under the map, you can see a bunch of not NPCs, a bunch of player characters just standing there under the map where they shouldn't be. And they are the player characters that you see in, Say Chat, just spamming ads for their gold selling businesses. Because they know if they're hiding under the map, they can't easily be seen and it's harder for them to get reported. Shall we be on our way? We're to meet Van Hootie's pilot atop the rise just south of Kajaya's footsteps. It is extremely against terms of service to sell in-game money or in-game things for real money. And yet, all they do is they have they have bot-ran player characters run older content over and over as fast as they can to farm out money so that they could then have that money available to sell. And because they have they have bot characters are doing it, they don't have to spend any effort themselves. It's just, it's lame, it's cringe. And if you get caught buying money from the money seller people, you will also get banned. So it's not worth it. Lord Godbird, Lady Julianne. And Entourage? Pray excuse our presumptuousness. My son and his companions insisted they come along, desperate as they were to meet with the illustrious Master Van Hoody. I see. One moment, if you please. It's not a major issue, but it is a thing. Like, some people are just lazy. They don't want to put in the efforts to get money, so they will just buy money from the money sellers, knowing that it is against terms of service, that it is going to potentially get their account banned if they get caught. And there's always player character bots hiding under the world map in the major cities, just advertising that they're selling money. And like, it's always like a free trial account doing the advertising, because they can make endless free trial accounts. Oh, their account gets banned, they just make a new email, they make a new account, they have it sitting under the map to advertise. And then they have their actual big seller accounts that have the money to do the money trading. Because like World of Warcraft, it is legal for World of Warcraft to do the money selling, because like, in-game you have the WoW token. You buy the WoW token for actual cash, you put it up on the in-game trading house. People buy the WoW token, and you get the in-game money spent on the WoW token. So WoW has made it a quick, easy, and efficient way to get in-game money by just putting up the token and having it sold to random players who buy one. Which is honestly extremely, extremely freaking lame. That you could just buy a WoW token. Like, it's like, I don't mind buying the token off the market board in the game to use to pay for your subscription. But like, that you can just sell a WoW token and get a bunch of in-game money off, it's lame. Lord Ben Hoody should be glad to welcome you all to his home. Pray step aboard and I shall take you there directly. It's not a super massive issue, but there are always going to be people in this game that just want to try and sell money to people just to make a quick dollar. Because they know people are lazy and will be willing to spend actual real-life money on in-game currency, just so they could buy things without having to spend the effort on it. Exactly, it defeats the purpose of playing the game, enjoying the experience, and grinding. And it's just very lazy. But thankfully, Square Enix cracks down on that real hard. Like, all of the bot accounts advertising it get banned quickly, and anyone who gets caught buying money like that will get banned. Welcome, honored guests, to my humble abode. I trust the view was to your liking. Since you traveled all the way from distant Ul'dah, a pleasant backdrop to our talks was the least I could provide. And what an unexpected boon this is! I had been debating when to extend you a personal invitation, but now here you are like a wish come true. Save your act for the magistrates, Van Hoody. We know the secret of your ill-gotten gold. You will cease this exploitation of alien technology and release your hostage into the care of Master Poo-Poo at once. Unraveled all my schemes, have you? Good. I needn't waste my breath on tedious explanations then. This is Master Poo-Poo, I presume? I do have his fellow alien here with me, yes. As for exploiting their technology, I freely admit duplicating a quite frankly obscene amount of gold, but that was merely the beginning. Imagine making copy after copy of the deadliest weapons in existence. Would not the world itself be yours for the taking? Let's get straight to the point. I want you at my side. With the vaunted Warrior of Light as the template for my clone army, we could conquer this in every... Abso-fucking-lutely not. You are not going to clone me, dipshit. I refuse, categorically and emphatically. Absolutely not, you're not going to clone me. A pity. Yet I anticipated you would prove an impediment to my ascension. Yes, it seems the time has come to test Lugei's ritual manifestation. All was prepared long in advance of your coming. This tower holds not only mundane treasures, but also caches of crystals. As for the requisite congregational worshippers, well, I had but to clone myself. After all, who is more devoted to my cause and my goddess than me? Again, because, like, it's nice having money, but, like, I don't mind grinding out the effort for it. Like, buying it the lazy way, just you're wasting your money on an in-game currency. It's not a real good. Divine Asura, take up thy blades and wage war upon mine earthly rival. Nay, Hildibrand, against our primal we may be more hindrance than help. We dare not remain within its sphere of influence. Yeah, you should get out of here. Before you get, enthralled and corrupted. Best of luck, my friend. I must make a gentlemanly withdrawal. You too, little alien friend. Huh. Well, I could sit here in a waiting queue to get in for this. But nah. And nah, we're not gonna wait in queue for this. Yeah, like, some games, like, people will buy high-level characters so they can just play the endgame, so they can start all the fun stuff immediately. So we're gonna do this unsynced. And we're gonna try to solo it. Because we are 10 levels and a bunch of item levels above it. So we might be able to solo this. Because I can't imagine how long the queue for this would be, since it's not main story content, it's not side story content, it is just comedy content. And not everybody does Hildibrand. Okay, so we can start doing our optimal rotation.
I am Asura, and on battle I thrive. Have you the courage and strength to face me? Will you dodge, or will you bleed?
Okay, I definitely can't do this solo. I'm not dealing nearly enough damage fast enough. Much less as a tank. Like, I didn't even get her 6% down. We can't solo this. Like, if I was a tank, probably. Because tanks can solo a lot of things, which is really silly. So, I guess we're just gonna wait in queue, but hopefully queue doesn't take forever. It probably won't. Because this can be gotten in Trial Roulette if you have the trial unlocked. Which is, but not, again, not everybody does Hildibrand content, much less gets caught up on Hildibrand. So not everyone's gonna have this unlocked. So we could be here for a while. Let's see, what is my closest tank? 82. That's nowhere near ready to start this, much less nowhere ready to even try to tackle this. Like, I have Reaper at 96, but they don't have enough health regeneration to fight the boss easily. And yeah, I'm almost at the current best crafted set. I just need a better ring. Which I think I can get a ring from the raids, and it'll be a good ring. So that's what I need to roll on for the current raids that we're doing, or that we have unlocked. So once a weekly reset happens, we can do each of these again. Well, I still need to do M2, because I haven't got the weekly reward from this one. But I can do that off-stream. I'm gonna see what, I could get from this as or M2. And maybe see if it has the accessories, because then I can get a ring this week. Okay, so that's M10. Heavyweight M2. What do you drop as rewards? Or loot? Okay, you do drop accessories. And it is just one accessory token for an accessory. Perfect. What item level are these? Ooh, 770. Okay, that would be perfect. So yeah, later today or tomorrow after stream, I will do M10 and we can farm out. Okay, we have 2 DPS in queue. Let's go. But yeah, once we get caught up on the story and stuff, I am gonna start leveling more jobs, just cause It's nice having more things to play as. Like, I think the next one we'll work on is Marauder, because that becomes a warrior. Lizard. Okay, I have some FC mates, so we're gonna unsync this together. We should be able to kill this. Easy. Yeah, with a tank, a healer, and a DPS, we shouldn't have this easy peasy. Because I definitely cannot do this as a tank.
I am Asura, and on battle I thrive. Have you the courage and strength
Hammer.
to face me?
Hammer.
Will you dodge, or will you bleed?
Okay, it's already 10% down already. We're cooking. We are cooking good in the neighborhood.
You've not time to blink.
Okay, that hurt. Whoopsie doodles.
Tremble before the might of the minutiae.
No, I don't think I will.
Come forth, embodiment of carnage. Revel on the bloody field of war. The spirit of battle awakens. Sharp is the lesson. The weak shall perish. Hear the gleaming edge. Unmerciful light shine upon you.
Hammer.
Behold the six-fold blade.
Hammer.
Hammer.
Fury be my strength. I will scatter your bones.
Okay, we're almost half point. Let's go. We've got this.
Show me your steel.
I've almost lost my Volt stacks.
The spirit of battle awakens. Unmerciful light shine upon you. Show me your steel. Hear the gleaming edge. Sharp is the lesson. Behold the sixfold blade. The face of battle is ever changing. Joyful is your downfall. I will scatter your bones.
Hammer.
Will you dodge or will you bleed?
Hammer. Oh, wait, I have... Wait, where is it? Where is it?
Hammer.
You've not
Oh, I
time
can't
to
use a
bleed.
Phoenix down? That's cringe.
Show me your steel. The frail shall fall.
Thankfully, the tank is a warrior, and warriors are known for having insane healing.
The spirit of battle awakens. Sharp is the lesson. Show me your steel. Hear the gleaming edge. Unmerciful light shine upon you.
Hammer.
Behold the sixfold blade. The face of battle is ever changing. Fury be my strength.
Come on.
I will scatter your bones.
Let's fucking go! Get wrecked, sucker! Now, who needs 8 people? We can do it with 3. Who needs a full 8-man party? We can do it with 3.
Let's go.
Good show, Panifer. Would seem you thoroughly trounced that pesky primal. And even as we speak, Mother and Father should be informing the Radiant host of that despicable Van Hootie's wrongdoings. The Divine Asura, defeated, turn the wheel, we flee for now. Who was flying the starship without my permission? That treasure is mine and mine alone. You called your vessel, Master Poo-Poo. No, I did not. It's my friend's ship. Yeah, screw your engine, sucker. At last, the moment of sweet reunion is at hand. I am so relieved to see you safe. Likewise, my friend. But why did you open fire on the airship? Didn't that man help you after your crash? He did. At first. He pulled me from the wreckage and saw to it that my vessel was repaired. So, in return, I replicated whatever trinket he desired and taught him the basics of starship technology, but that resolved to be a terrible error in judgment. When I was infected by one of this star's unique pathogens, he took advantage of my weakened state. He seized my ship, flew me out to the jungle, and left me there to die. Slowly, agonizingly, I was able to synthesize a cure for my affliction, and then I came back to reclaim my property. This experience has led me to conclude that the dominant sentient lifeforms here are dull-witted, cruel, and endlessly unsuited to peaceful cohabitation. We must launch a full-scale invasion. It is the only way to guarantee our survival. No, no, they are not all like that. These ones have been nothing but kind to me. Oh yes, they're all smiles until they laser you in the back. We have to strike first before they show their true colors. The ship's reactor core has been breached. If it explodes, everyone in the vicinity will be atomized, and we're all in the vicinity. Think, damn it, think! If I'm to stop the explosion, I need to traverse the considerable distance to the starship, but I can conceive of no logical solution. Then how about an illogical solution? Inspector Brandahill, you must employ my father's mighty moves to propel me to the vessel. I too have calculated that Lord Godred's signature techniques are our only means of achieving sufficient propulsion. Yet there is a flaw in your proposal. I lack the strength to properly perform the throw, and have no time to teach you the starship's controls. Inspector Hildibrand, it is you who must fling me. Skyward, as only a Manderville can. I lost my grip. Oh gee. Given my trajectory and velocity, the correct shift and posture should generate enough lift and precessional motion to... Yes, I can still make it. Oh my god, is he a fucking boomerang? It's too late. The reactor is going critical. There's only one way to save the day. Inspector Brandahill. Our brief time together is more than any defective clone could ask for. Be well, my friends. That was an explosion. That absolutely would have murdered all of us and everybody in the nearby city. Is this case closed for Inspector Brandahill? Nay, my loyal assistant. As a chip off the old gentleman, our dear Brandahill has surely survived to tell the tale. We shall see him again, mark my words. I hope so. You rescued me, even though I tried to incinerate you with high-intensity plasma blasts. Even at the cost of one of your own. If only I could make amends and earn your forgiveness, but alas. There is not to forgive. With his blocky constitution, Inspector Brandehild will be just fine, I assure you. As a friend of Master Poo-Poo, you are a friend of ours, and what are a few minor plasma burns among friends, eh? Minor? Our home planet, it was lost to the phenomenon you call the Final Days. We survived only because we were away exploring the cosmos at the time. Our explorations, which had heretofore served no purpose but curiosity, shifted to a search for safe haven. We visited countless stars, but all had succumbed to the same insidious ruin as our own. Growing desperate, we decided to settle on any suitable refuge we could find, whether it was populated or not. If the native beings were hospitable, we would live peacefully alongside them. If not, then we were prepared to claim a new home by force. So it was that I arrived at your miraculous planet. Lulled by the apparent absence of metaphysical chaos, I blundered into a mundane war zone where I was promptly shot out of the sky. The rest you already know. Having fallen behind during our search, I hurried here when my communications received no answer. That was when I met you, Inspector Hildibrand. Those touched by the despair of the final days are reduced to beasts. Given our savage willingness to invade your star, it would seem that, in a sense, we fell prey to that despair after all. Fortunately, my encounter with you generous people brought me to my senses, an outcome for which I am profoundly grateful. That said, there is nowhere else for us to go. Would it be too much to ask for us to live here on your star? Well, of course you must stay. And I suspect you'll be wishing to repair a damaged vessel. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, Inspector, not again. Wait for me. Never a dull moment around our Hildibrand. At least we needn't worry if the ship crashes, not with an impervious Mandervillian on board. Funny you should mention that. Upon reviewing the Manderville family tree, 'twas made clear that a lord without heirs of his own passed the name to an adopted child several generations ago. Are you saying that you and your son are not direct descendants of the Godbrand, the alien progenitor of the Manderville line? And how do you explain your unnatural sturdiness? When it comes to building strength and perfecting gentle manly technique, 'tis not one's lineage which matters, but rather the unbending conviction within one's heart. Though Godbrand's bloodline be broken, House Manderville shall live on through us. If the begoggled boy can't solve that explanation, I've also heard talk of some unseen power driven by feelings and emotions. Could be that you and Hildy have tapped into that cosmic essence. Oh ho ho! If that's the case, then you must be positively swimming in it, my dear. Oh boy. Every, thing appears to be under control here, so let us return to the city, shall we? Once more do I find myself hurtling at superlative speed towards an unknown destination. Another day, another thrilling case for Hildibrand, Agent of Enquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. Thanks to an enlightening conversation with Master Poo Poo on the way back, I believe I have the answers required to proceed with our weaponsmithing project. You needn't neglect your other commitments, of course, but I would welcome your continued cooperation. And with that, I bid you good day. Thank you all for looking out for our beloved son. I'm sure him and the blocky lad will be back for more cases before you know it. You've gone above and beyond for us, Pennifer, so I'd like you to have the one replicated starship we made. Ayo? It doesn't have the duplication facility or other such technology on board, but it will carry you through the skies. Use this key to call it whenever you wish. Are we getting our own UFO? As for the two of us, we've decided to get to know our new home better by embarking on a journey of exploration. And so this is where we must say our farewells. Thank you for everything. We are fortunate indeed to have met you. It seems Poo Poo wasn't planning an invasion after all. He even tried to stop his friend from launching an attack. I'm calling an end to this investigation, Pennifer. Your unfailing support during this entire ordeal has been most appreciated. Well, I'm sure we'll see the alien friends again at some point. Thanks to you, I was able to observe the inner workings of Charlian and even travel to the surface of the moon in search of the truth. And when my own conspiracies threatened to blind me, you were there to open my eyes to the true shape of things. But this world yet harbors its share of the strange and the inexplicable, not the least of which is the source of Hildibrand's impossible physiology. If not an alien, then... mayhap he's the product of a hyper-advanced civilization from the distant past, the descendant of some gruesome biological experiment. Someone needs to plumb the depths of these unexplained phenomena, and I am the very man for the job. You do that, my guy. Oh, we get a UFO, let's go. We get our very own UFO, hell yeah. Well, now I gotta see what that looks like before we end stream. Up. Of course he will return. You can't kill the man, no matter how hard you try. And believe me, people have tried. Oh, it's the creepy pervert guy. And what are you doing? Training? Whatever it is, it's not my problem. Of course he has the branches at the ready. Like that's going to hide him at all in any way. Yay! Brenda helped libs, let's go! Our blocky inspector lives. I'm glad he's still alive. I would have been disappointed if he died. Okay, let's add the UFO to our favorites. And then drag it onto our hotbar. We don't need the motorcycle anymore. And let's head out of the city. Take the main 8th right out of the city and UFO for a little before we end stream. Oh, this thing's adorable. I love it. Okay, let's teleport to where we're gonna need to be for tomorrow. And then we can call it good for today, because it has been 6 hours of shenanigans. This music is still so good. Okay, and that is game for today. Oh, that was fun and absurd. It was extremely absurd, but it was fun. Definitely gonna need to finish up my schedule for the week in a little bit. Get food, all that stuff. But first, let's find someone to raid into. Yeah, exactly, like, they are a comedy break in between all of the seriousness of the game. Like, most of the game is just the serious stuff, and then you have this, which is just comedy and nonsense. Okie dokie, let us get up Twitch. Not a problem. I'm glad you had fun. I had a ton of fun, despite how absurd it was. Well, because of the absurdity, it was fun. Oh yes, it's a Sunday. There should be plenty of people streaming on this nice cozy Sunday. And yeah, at some point this week I will see how Code Vein runs with the my VTuber program and everything up, just to see how well the computer can handle that game. Alright, let's see, who is live, who is doing fun. Man, I really do need to figure out if there's a way, a plugin or something, that can make it so Twitch doesn't play whatever's on the home screen immediately. Just cause 99% of the time I'm not going to care who the streamer on the front page is. It's almost always going to be someone I don't know. But let's see, what are people doing? Who can we raid into? Let's see. And who haven't we raided into recently? Yeah, it's an annoying thing. Because I think 7TV, the plugin for that, has a thing. Oh, Frankerface Z. Oh, okay, because I remember I turned that on, but it never seemed to work. Which is annoying. But if it gets fixed, or if there's another plugin for that, that would be lovely. Because I generally don't care who's on the front page most of the time. It's never someone I know. Let's see. It's always working on the days I'm not streaming. Well, hopefully it does get fixed. Let's see. Lots of people live. Oh, I know someone I can raid into that I don't think I've raided into before. Or if I have, I haven't raided into them recently, and there should be someone y'all recognize. Raid. we are gonna raid into fellow Coconut Watch It, who is playing Tower of Zaz. We're gonna send Watch It some love while they play the Koki game. I've been meaning to pick this game up myself to play, so this will be fun to watch. So, as always, my lovely, lovely catfish, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday and start to your week. And remember, Big Sis loves you always. Mwah, 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 mwah.